sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want you to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Okay, hey guys, here we go again. Yesterday, Shannon, when I started the live, I didn't realize that my mic was muted. But today I'm like, are you muted? No, make sure. No. So, welcome to the live, everyone. Shannon is with me today, and we're going to talk about the Nancy Guthrie case, of course. And if you come in, and please hit that like and the share. It's always about the murdered and the missing first and foremost. So you know what? I'll start off with this, Shannon, because it's been a while. It's been a minute since you have joined the live here, because obviously, you know, prayers to your health. I want to say that. And it's just good to see you and have you back on. So I'm excited about tonight, of course, because you know, you're such a very level-headed person, and you know, I love your thoughts too, because you know, like I said, you're just very grounded, personable, loving person. But let's start off with, if you don't mind, just telling people about you, yourself, whatever you want to.
I don't really know what to tell people, Sunny. Okay, so I'm Shannon, if I haven't met you, and I think a lot I've met before, and I live in Australia, and I've been on Sunny's lives before, and I am able to communicate with those passed over, but to be honest, I haven't done a lot on Nancy's case because I've been sort of a bit unwell at the moment, so I haven't really been focusing. I've been watching, but not really focusing from that realm of things.
Yeah, and so again, prayers to you now. I'm just gonna, like I said, we're just YOLO, right? I like to do things YOLO, organically. So I'm just gonna ask you right off the bat, feeling a lot, Nancy Guthrie, alive or dead?
Do you know that I've gone backwards and forwards with this, to be honest, Sunny, and look, I'm not going to lie, I have done readings into her, and there's been no communication from her, so I'm not going to say at this stage that I think she has passed. I'm a bit,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Which is unusual for me, because when I did Jack and Lily, I could communicate straight away. There's just been no communication or no signs to me that she has passed over, which doesn't mean she hasn't. It's just that it's not coming. Nothing's coming through.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Because, you know, I mean, honestly, you know, the only reason why I even stay in true crime is definitely not because of the heaviness and the sadness of it all. I've struggled with why I do true crime at all, because it's just so heavy on the heart. And when you're a deep empath, you know, and it's like, these are just, the murdered and the missing are sad cases. And I know that the reason I keep doing it is because of the awareness that we can bring and help and do stuff. So me, I'm always about, you know, like I said, doing things for just honest, organic, you know, genuine reasons. And so I know that, like, the glass is half full than empty to me. So although I'm not a fan of being in the true crime space, for the reasons of, it hurts the heart. Like, I'm a happy-go-lucky person by, nature. But all my life I've been just, I've always cared about people, and, I've done a lot of things in my life that are always geared towards other people, and always usually putting myself last, because I know that I'm fine, but there's a lot of people out there that aren't fine, and I'm a fixer. Just by nature, I always want to fix things, fix people, help people. It doesn't matter, and that's been throughout my life. So doing this part of it for true crime is because I know that the more people that cover cases and bring awareness to cases, for families that do need a place to come, and in the true crime community, it's quite different than the news outlets, because they're there, they talk to people and they report, and they have their place, in this world, of course, right? But times have obviously changed. True crime community exists, and in the Jack and Lily case, like Belinda, a place for family members to, and Belinda's been up here, and talked, of course, many times on this channel. That's the grandmother of Jack and Lily, the two missing children out of Nova Scotia, Canada. And it's been 9.5 months. The second will be obviously 10 months, but it definitely gives them a place to come in. Family members sometimes just to come in to chat. We've talked to many family members that have been on here as well, or have talked through messenger, stuff like that. But it's kind of like, even though in a toxic environment, it's still, a nice place that they feel like they have to go to. On the news, they can talk to the news, but it's not like coming into this space, right, where you can literally, family members or whoever, or people that are very interested in the case, and it's like a home, right? And that's how I like to think of this. Is my chat working? Yes, Root Strength, I can see you. But, so for me, like I said, and I know you too, right? Obviously, it's a heavy place, right? Being that Shannon, like I said, mediumship, you know, people that have crossed over, and stuff like that. If again, for people, it's not their cup of tea. Myself, I've already had my experience back a long time ago, right? So for me, I'm a very open book person, but I already had my experience of the crossing over and someone speaking to me, that was a little, I'll call him a nephew, but he was like a side nephew and stuff like that. So I already know that. I don't need to justify it or anything. I know where my heart lies, and always being, always in life as truthful as you can about things. But I would never, ever try to deceive anyone or make something up. But I had my experience, and for you, Shannon, just for others, like, when would you say that you had your gift?
Probably since a child. I think it was, very hard back then to relate to as a child, because I was sort of, look, when I say see and hear things, I don't, different to when you'd have a mental issue, I guess, and you would hear different voices. It's not like that at all. I get a clear mental picture of the person. It's not like they're right in front of me, but I get a clear mental picture of the person, and you'll hear messages come through, and those messages can come in many different ways. If someone is crossed over, they don't sort of show you the gruesome details of what happened. It comes across different, in that way. And no, it's not for everyone, like you said, Sunny, and some people don't believe it, and I, respect their opinions as well. But yeah, since I was a young child, and obviously as I got older and was able to communicate more, and things opened up more as I got older.
Yep. Thank you very much. And yeah, it's not everyone's cup of tea, and I don't really care. Either, like I said, for me, it's just like, I already know. So, it's like I could bowl over tomorrow and be just fine with it regardless. And, but each to their own. So, some people, like I said, just not into it. that's their cup of tea and whatever. But for me, like I said, I think that there are definitely people for sure that have gifts. And I think that there's a lot of BS out there as well with what.
Absolutely.
Yeah, especially I always try to look for the genuine ones, like the ones that I feel are very grounded and down to earth, in their readings and stuff like that. And then other ones are just, I don't know, like I said, they might think that they have some special ability, but I think that I don't know that they want to believe that
With
versus
me, Sunny, I won't say I've seen something or just say something for the sake of saying it. If I haven't seen it or I can't communicate at that particular time or nothing clear is coming through that I can communicate, I'll say that. I won't just make something up for the sake of making it up.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Little Black Bear, this is Shannon Ricketts. She's been, during the Jack and Lily case, she's been on a few times on a live. Behind the scenes, we talk on Messenger. She's, just a very grounded person. Now she does have, like I said, her special gifts. And I know what my kind of gifts are. Like, I know what my how everyone has like a path or what do you want to what's it called, like a soul quest or whatever it's called, where exactly why you're put here on the earth and what you're meant to do and stuff like that. So it's like I said, so I already know what my meaning is about why I'm here. And it's one of those things that as a child you don't really think about it, until you get older, in a sense, and you realize that you're very intuitive. So mine is about always people. So my passion is always people. I've been in customer service for almost 40 years in hospitality, and if I didn't care about people a lot, honestly, I wouldn't have been doing it for this long, right? And so people that say don't know me real, might see me on here. I don't put up, I've been in, like I said, abusive relationship and different things, but I don't put up with people's BS because I'm just like a straight shooter. Don't, cut to the shit and just, be yourself and say what you got to say, and don't pretend to be something you're not. Don't pretend, and all that stuff. And if you're coming into this space, just be genuine and caring about, your true selves and stuff like that. Cut the BS out. I'm not into somebody dancing around, and then say, hey, can I borrow $5? I already know that you're coming to me for money, so you might as well just spit it out, type of thing. Instead of trying to go, hey, how are you today? Oh, by the way, do you mind if I borrow? Stuff like that. So I'm just like I said, just being an honest, decent person and just cut to the crap and get to what you really, want to say type of idea.
Probably
Yes,
easier to describe me as Shannon the mod, so they will realise I'm the same person, because I think a lot of people know me as the mod, but yeah, not in person.
yeah, I gave her that golden wrench. Well, it's blue, but let's pretend it's gold on there. So, anyways, so let's get into this. The first, I'm going to play the News Nation one because I don't use TMZ because obviously TMZ, like to me, they'll give me a copyright claim. So there's certain definitely channels out there that will copyright claim you, and Fox 59 will always do it. Fox and News Nation and that they don't. So I'm gonna play it off of this. And this part right here, Shannon, is gonna be about, again, talking about the ransom note and stuff that comes in. I have a lot to say about this myself, and I want your thoughts. But let's play this out, and then we'll talk about it. Okay, guys, on there. Okay, so let's see here. That's this one here. We'll make it bigger. This one's what, 4 minutes and 32 seconds.
On that newest ransom note that just came in today, Charles, what time did this email come in? And this one seems different from the ones you've received before.
Yeah, this one is different for a couple of reasons, which we'll get into. But it came in early this morning. God, I think it was about 1 a.m. On the West Coast, and it is different in that the crypto account that is attached is not the same as the one from the original alleged ransom note that we got on Tuesday after Nancy's abduction. So can't tell if it's the same person behind this or if this is an all new person or if it's just a hoax, but the demand is slightly different. The money is about the same. It's still roughly $6 million, but not in Bitcoin, in a different cryptocurrency. And then it is this very elaborate demand that involves the media, directly involves the media. And in fact, it sort of puts the media reporting on this case as a trigger into their payment. It is a very bizarre and complex caper that they've sort of created here. And, you know, of course, we've shared this with the FBI. I don't know. When I looked at it, I thought this is too detailed. And there were a lot of things, I'll be honest, I had to look up to learn about cryptocurrency to even understand what it was they were requesting. But we passed it on to the FBI, and I don't know if they will look at it and think the detail means that it's real, or if the detail means that it's just something that someone's cooked up in their brain. But it is
right. And
you know,
we should remind our audience and everybody out there that if you're doing this, sending a note like this, and it's not real, it's still a very serious crime, which the FBI has said it will prosecute very aggressively, as well as the sheriff's department. What do you mean by this elaborate demand around media reporting? I'm not sure I understand that.
It basically, it's without revealing too much. And again, we're walking this fine line where, of course, we are reporting this, but we also don't want to do anything that would impede or harm the investigation. But it just, they're paying attention. It's very clear that they are paying attention to the media. And I don't mean just TMZ, but all of the media reporting on this, and that they have now tied that reporting into this demand, or how things would be triggered if things went the way they wanted them to. And I don't know that there's any reason why the FBI would say, okay, we're going to play ball with you, other than if they really feel like this person has some information. So
and just very quickly, Charles, no proof of life, no proof that they have her.
No proof of life, no proof that they have her, and
okay.
that's been the holding point here for the family, for the FBI, is that that's something they wanted. This person, if it is the same person, still not giving in. If it's a new person,
okay. We shall
still
see.
Not offering that. Yeah.
And we should note that Harvey Levin, your co-executive producer, said today, this is it. We're not going to be broadcasting any more of these emails that we get.
What we were talking about there, just Elizabeth, real quick, I know we got to go, but the demand notes that we were getting, that person, and that's not this. This is a different person altogether. It's a different address. So it's not that
You're
person.
talking about the 50,000 Bitcoin demands.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, Charles, thank you so much.
All right.
For
I know
joining
it's a lot.
us. I know it is a lot. Thank you. Really.
There, because it's about to end anyway. So again, if you are coming to the live, this is Shannon. She's joining me today. What just to ask you, Shannon, quickly, what title in a sense would you use? Like mediumship, or what would be a title? I don't like titles, but
yeah, I suppose I don't. It's hard to say what my title is, because I predominantly only communicate with those passed over. Like, I don't do cards, don't do anything like that. So,
right.
It's yeah, I suppose just intuitionship, I guess, of those passed over predominantly.
Yeah. And like I said, I know you're very humble about that all too, but you're definitely secure with, again, who you are, what you do, and obviously, like I said, I only like to associate myself with genuine people, and thank you for our friendship, because I do love coming across like what I deem is called pure hearts, people that do things for always the right reasons, and that there's nothing behind it besides just trying to be caring and empathic about situations like this, because it's always about the murdered and the missing. So now getting into that, these ransom notes. Now, I knew that he was going to say that at the end, Miss Dog Lover, you made a mention to this too. Yeah. So the parasite number 2, the guy that keeps asking for money with the Bitcoin, and then a portion of it, that was the one that they said that they're going to not air any more of that. Whereas this supposedly, again, is well, we'll call it parasite number 1 and parasite number 2, or leech number 1, sapsucker, whatever. I just think that obviously this whole situation is pathetic. I want you to tell me first about your gut feeling about, these leeches that are trying to siphon money, whether it's the ones that are, the $6 million ones, or the Bitcoin, the one that keeps saying that he knows, where Nancy Guthrie is. He can give a name and blah, 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 which I thought was ridiculous, to his 4th email, parasite number 2 there, when he said that about he was told to shut up, because you'd be like roadkill. Your ass would be somewhere in a trash bin if you knew anything about who has her, where she is. That means that you would have inner knowledge. So why would you, in your next note, basically say that you were told to shut up and because the people that you're talking about would know who you are, and they would probably put a big bullet in your head. So to me, he's just another another parasite that is full of shit. But I just want to know your take first on how you feel about Ransom, the parasite 1 and parasite 2.
Well, firstly, I'll go with the TMZ one. I think with the TMZ one, I think it would have been great if even if Harvey had have said that first note. After that, I don't think he should have been publicly putting it out there. I think it should have been given straight to the FBI to deal with, who is dealing with that. I think that you're only feeding the person that's writing those notes. So, yeah, I think they should have been left to deal with that. I have to agree with you, Sunny. If this person has knowledge of seeing Nancy and knowing who these people are, then why is this person still alive? If it's this big conspiracy thing that they've taken her over the border and it's, that way inclined, why would he still be alive and writing notes if they think that there's a witness to anything? I don't think they're going to be leaving witnesses everywhere. If it was that important that they took Nancy, why are they going to leave other witnesses to open their mouth? And surely, they are listening to social media and that these people, so surely they would have heard these notes and he would have been dealt with, justly, in my opinion. So that one for me, I just don't, think is correct at all. That's my opinion.
Yeah, on that. And so Miss Dog Lover, who's been like a member for years, she's like, can I contact Shannon about my brother? I'll leave that up to Shannon, of course, to answer that if she wants to. She's in my messenger. So Miss Dog Lover, I don't want to put her on the spot on the live on that one, but behind it, I'll ask her, if she, I know that Miss Dog Lover is a really great person too, just a beautiful person inside and out on there, but I don't want to put her on the spot on the live. Unless she wants me to. But
I have no people, I don't mind people contacting me at all. Like I said to you, Sunny, I do this from my heart and I do it with the best intentions. I've never charged 1 cent for anything to anyone for contacting their loved ones, and I don't believe in being given such a gift that, I know everyone each to their own, and I'm not saying you shouldn't charge money or you're bad if you do, but what I'm saying is I don't believe myself that if you've been given such a beautiful gift that you make money from that. That's my opinion.
To be honest with you, if it wasn't but for the fact that it's Miss Dog Lover, who just has a beautiful heart, she's supported this channel for years on there, it would be a blessing, I know, to her, if she could. I like I said, I don't ever would recommend, just like in real life, I don't ever recommend people. But in this case, if Shannon does, I'll talk to her behind the thing, Miss Dog Lover, and then I can give her your, or give you her maybe messenger details so she could add you or something there. Then, but I'll do that like later on. Okay. But if there's one person that I would say, just that would really, it would mean a lot to me personally as well, it would be definitely Miss Dog Lover.
It'd be my pleasure.
Her brother. Yeah. So, prayers to you, Miss Dog Lover. I know that her brother was murdered, and it was just like I said, it was just very, very sad. But she does talk about her brother throughout the lives, throughout the years and stuff, and that. So yeah, that would be great. Okay, Miss Dog Lover, on there. Yeah. Now, okay, so let me ask you, do you feel like Ransom 1 and Ransom 2, right, had the same, say, Bitcoin account? Now, they're saying that this is a separate address from this person. Do you feel like it is the same people, but they're asking for crypto instead of the Bitcoin? Because maybe crypto, I don't know. But do you feel like it is the same, sapsuckers that are trying to, extort money out of Nancy Guthrie, and do you, yeah.
Yes, I do. I do honestly feel there's a connection with all the people that are doing the ransom notes and everything. I do believe that there is a connection or syndicate connection between all of those notes and people.
Yeah. So this is my thing. Okay. So now do you believe that, and like the main sapsuckers that are wanting this crypto now, or whatever, the Bitcoin before, do you believe that they actually have something to do with Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, or do you think it's people taking advantage of this situation?
I'm going to double dip there, because I do believe they are taking advantage. But I do pick up there in that group, there's a certain person or people with connection to what's happened with Nancy. Now, I'm not saying those people did anything to Nancy, because I don't believe they were the ones that did anything, but I do believe they've got knowledge of something that has happened, or something that was talked about to be done to Nancy, or that sort of thing.
So my thing is this, like, okay, so with the ransom notes, the first one came out 2 days after, right? So this is what's weird, and we'll talk about this, is that obviously they have not shown proof of life. Obviously, the Guthries didn't end up paying the money to the account for that. Now, so to me personally, so this is what I'm finding strange, and this is why I think it's just a bunch of con people. Now, not to say that they don't have or are playing a part in all this, but what I'm seeing is this: we get this, we'll call them like sapsucker 1, or Parasite 1 and Parasite 2. Parasite 2 is the one that's trying to, just, I don't want to do the reward the legal, legit way. I want to, play like everyone, they're playing it through the news, outlets like TMZ, and it's this is stupid. Like, it's just crazy, right? But it's for the fact to me that, so you had Parasite 1, Ransom. Then there was the second ransom. If you don't pay on this day, then it's going to be $6 million, a few days later, type of thing, by the Monday, I believe it was. And then you have the Parasite 2 that's coming in going, I have information, what, all you have to do is give me 50K Bitcoin, and what, I'll give you the information, and blah, blah, blah. Then he keeps sending some of these notes, and then he's basically saying, like, look, this is my last time. Oops, they upped it to 100,000. You know what? Now I want 50,000, and I'm not going to cash it in until you've arrested the person that I know that has Nancy Guthrie, right? Now, so there's this big lull, and so here we have a ransom being asked for a couple days later. And then all of a sudden, like this again, all this time. So all this time goes by. And then, so it's like, Ransom 1, Parasite number 1, Parasite number 2 comes into the action. Then all of a sudden, we haven't heard sweet FA from these, the $6 million ransom people. But lo and behold, this Parasite number 2 is sending all these notes. And guess who comes back into the picture again suddenly, right? Is Ransom number 3. After all this time, you honestly think, like, this is what gets me. Okay, this is my thoughts. Is that, do you honestly think that they're going to be like, you know what, Nancy, we're just going to take care of you for a few weeks, maybe a month or so. Here's some, a nice food for you. So, But so this lapse in time, and all of a sudden, again, no proof of life, but like that's what gets me, is that in all of this, Shannon, is that true people that are carrying out an act of kidnapping, in my eyes at least, right? Or in the common sense, sensical sense of it, is that you want your money. Get this old lady out of my hands. I just want the money, thank you, piss off type of thing. Whether say Nancy is alive or dead. But, obviously you would think that they would want her alive, collect money, and, think that they're going to get, away with it and stuff like that. But all of a sudden, all this time goes by, and now they're asking for crypto, and it just gets me, so it's almost like Parasite 1 and Parasite 2 are working in conjunction with each other, because lo and behold, now we have another ransom note all this time later, and I just can't picture people sitting there going, you know what, let's just kidnap her, hold her for a while, another week and a half has gone by or so, and you know what, let's just throw out another ransom, and this is what's going to happen to Nancy if you don't pay up, but we're not going to show you a proof of life at all. And so that's what's bugging me about all this, because it just feels like Parasite 1, Parasite 2 working together, and Parasite 2 sitting there saying that he knows who has Nancy. Here's a name. I won't cash a Bitcoin, but hey, I was told to shut up. But you know what? I'm just going to come out there with another note again, as if my life isn't on the line from the people, right? So it just all is not making sense. Thoughts?
Well, number 2 especially, I think one of their reasons was they didn't want to contact the FBI because of their past history. Regardless, they're going to be in trouble anyway. If this is what they're doing to make money and it's not true, they're going to be in trouble anyway. So whether they went to the FBI or not made, no difference at all to what they're saying. So that one especially, you can count that out completely. When I say, in my opinion, that the $6 million one, when I say it's got connection, I don't for one moment think that they were the people that actually went in and did this or whatever. Right. But I'm saying there's some connection there to the Nancy case. And it's not just because, I'm not saying the connection is just because they've done the ransom note, so that's how they've included themselves. But there's some connection there to someone around Nancy or someone to do with the case. That's my feeling with that one. And yes, it's just to make money, obviously. They weren't the actual perpetrator is what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is there is some connection to that ransom through the case. And I feel to me that one was probably more of a connection than this other one, if that makes sense to you. So let's say, for instance, someone had planned this to get the money, so this person's come in. I don't feel they were the ones directly that took her, but I do feel that there was some connection for this to be a money-making thing later on.
Well, so, okay, so even though I hate it when Harvey Levin talks, tries to, I thought it was strange, actually, that he tries to attach, these sophisticated people. So I get it. To me, I get it. These people that have this, Bitcoin address, they're ransomware people or kidnappers in life or whatever, they obviously are out of those, to me, those elite people that know how to hide things, encrypt things, and they're very good at it because they live a life of fraud and all this stuff. And then you have Doofus at the doorbell, with holding foliage. Now, do you think that he was, and I kind of feel like this perhaps, is that he was hired, like in a sense, like he basically, it was like, I'll do it. I'll do it for 20K. I'll kidnap this chick, for you guys. Do you feel like, because I hate it when Harvey Levin equates sophisticated people that are very grammatically correct, and that it wasn't AI and all this stuff, to Doofus at the front door and equating him as if he's that person. Okay, the guy at the door is not that person. I'll guarantee you that. That guy at the door, if anything, he's probably a true kind of, a fraudster, moron in life, whatever. And he's not, but to me, do you think that he's possibly is like kind of like the person that they got to do the act? Well, kind of like they keep their hand clean, but do that part in a sense, because he doesn't
Well, for
come up
sure.
with the brightest bulb.
If you look at any other kidnapping in history, I would beg to differ that there's ever been a kidnapping that's been done this way. I've never seen one in my life. If any, I've ever watched anything, read anything, seen anything. I've never seen a kidnapping done like this. This is not the way kidnappings normally go. Do I feel that man at the door is sophisticated? Not at all. Do I feel he could have possibly been hired or taking the rap for what's gone on? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Charmaine says allegedly TMZ Harvey has a background in law. Absolutely, he's a lawyer. If anyone remembers, Harvey, from basically his law days, like I do, and then he, he's done a lot of stuff, and then he went, next thing I know, I seen him on TMZ, and I'm like, now he's here, so it baffles me, she says, why he still reports clearly bogus emails. What do they say to make him believe, but I don't know. What's your thoughts on that one? Because I don't necessarily know that they believe, but
clearly he's a clever man, but like I said from the start, even if you were going to read out, because that's what he does, that's what his TMZ is about, that's his show, even if you were going to involve yourself in that first email and let people, oh look, I'm special, I got this email, my thing is, after that first one, why would you keep reading them out and publicly announcing them when you could have just given them to the FBI, let them deal with it? Because I don't feel you need to be sitting there, publicly saying about all these emails. The first one, okay, we can put that down to that's what he does for a job, and rah rah rah. TMZ likes to have all the gossip and all the whatever they do, but the rest, should have been really given to the FBI and let them deal with it. So I don't really know what his point of keep reading them out all the time was, because we weren't getting really any further progress with them. They were basically saying the same thing. So I don't know why he would feel the need to, keep putting himself out there.
I mean, to be honest with you, and it really boils down to like, on the pretense of, well, we're just trying to give you this information, but really it boils down to clicks and views. And like, it's like the ego, has to kind of put it out there, but I get it. I do, because, I mean, hot news like that, in a sense, right? It's like, so somebody that doesn't want any recognition, simply wouldn't be talking about it. They just hand them over to the FBI, right? I mean, they're in like that type of news regardless. And so it to me, it's just like, it's definitely about the clicks and the views for sure. But trying to soften it by saying like, well, I promised we wouldn't talk about this, but we're going to talk about this. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm grateful with any case for any information, whether it be Jack and Lily, Suzanne Morphews, Sebastian Rogers. I'm grateful myself, just as a viewer of these cases, for any information, because I like trying to figure out puzzles, and trying to understand a case. And the more information you have, the more you can kind of try to maybe perhaps understand it. Now in this case, okay, this is like brain fuckery on this one, I must say. Like it, like Jack and Lily's case, you can make sense of what the chances are, pretty much happen with Jack and Lily. And then just wait kind of for the outcome, see if it's all true. But at least there's kind of like this, line of thinking. Here, I'm baffled. Um, with it all. I'm confused about the ransom notes and how they're trying to portray like this is like that they have Nancy alive and they want the money, because this isn't playing out like a normal kidnapping. Now, first of all, let me ask you, are you yourself deeming this as a kidnapping, a burglary gone wrong? How do you think this case, like, why do you think that Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home?
I'm going to say, Sunny, it's intentional that she was taken from her home. Don't believe at all it was a robbery gone wrong. Now, there's many reasons, that I say that. For me, for a robbery, gone wrong, you see them all the time, unfortunately. And if the person's startled, the person wakes up in the middle of their robbery. Look, the majority of robberies are usually done during the day, which I'm not saying they're not done at night. Yes, there's a lot done at night, but majority, they don't want anyone to be home. So yes, okay, we're going to look, they could have thought she wasn't home and she startled them. Now, even in those incidents when robbers have acted and they have unalived the person because they've been startled or they've panicked and not known what to do, they'll unalive the person. That person is still there and they'll get out that house. They're not going to spend that amount of time in the house and take an unalived person with them if it was a robbery gone wrong. And even if they didn't unalive her, what would be the point of them taking her out of that home for a robbery? Do you see what I'm getting at? So, that to me doesn't make sense at all.
Now they have, or at least Nano Dude, he's cleared the family in a sense. And I do get that, like, just because of the Koberger case and, when everyone was blaming Jack, and it's like they were taking a lot of, horrific torture, as if they were part of it and all that stuff. And so basically, they cleared Jack and Jack, to kind of help maybe tone down the attacks on them. So I do understand that if they've done their due diligence, I would never probably use the word cleared myself in a sense of a case that's not solved. Maybe that we've looked into them, as suspects and whatever, because that's just typical. You always will start with the people closest to Nancy. It's just a given. Now, I'm not fond of the word cleared in all of this, but I understand if they feel like they've done their due diligence because they spent a ton of time at Annie's house in the area and stuff, and that they feel like, what, we've gone down this rabbit hole, and there's just nothing there to see, and trying to take off some heat off of the family members, like Tomato Dude, and Annie and whatever, being attacked, because social media, right? Now, after a certain time, I started feeling like, yeah, you know what, Tomato Dude, I don't believe that this is an inheritance thing. At first, when you first learn of the case, I'm thinking, okay, this is somebody close, somebody that maybe wants money out of this. Maybe they're in debt, cut off. There's this thing about her birthday being 4 days before as well. I've heard someone report on one of the news channels that they believe that that possibly the person that knows about, say, Nancy was in the medical field because she goes to the hospital and stuff. Maybe it's somebody that overheard and blah, 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 blah. I don't really think it's that either. If I was at this point, I feel like it is a kidnapping, for whatever point it is on Nancy. It's just about money. Maybe there's more behind it, and I feel like the doofus in front of the camera is kind of like, not the brightest bulb out there for sure. I'm sorry, I'll never get over that foliage, in front of the camera, and then him like ding, like a deer in headlights, going, oh my God, there's a camera here. You know, it's not funny. But so in saying that, do you think that, so if this is a kidnapping and there's blood outside of Nancy's, do you think it's a kidnapping? Charmaine? Miss Dog Lover, put up yours again. Charmaine, that's a long time too, eh? It's like what? 12 and 12 is 24. 32 is obviously what, 3 years. So Charmaine, you're coming. Wait, what's 4 years in months? 48, right? 48. Getting there, Charmaine. You're getting there. The blood outside of Nancy Guthrie's home, that's her DNA. Do you think something went wrong and that it was the intent of getting her out of the house and kidnapping her, you know, for perhaps a ransom, but that something went wrong? Like with that
Look,
blood.
given that, you know, Nancy is older, you know, you've got things like very thin skin to deal with. You've got, I'm not aware of whether Nancy even had dentures or she had a real teeth. That makes a big difference to someone's mouth and you know, possibly cutting a mouth and stuff like that. So obviously, yes, it's to deal, you know, with the kidnapping. Another thing I was interested in, I wonder if when that masked man was at the front door and he had the thing in his mouth, the light in his mouth, you know, obviously when you've got your mouth open for a prolonged period of time, bits of dribble come out whether you want it to or not, you know. Had they checked for saliva out there, you know, and stuff like that. I mean, which is going to be hard because, like you said, they opened it up and people were walking up there and, you know, stuff like that. But, you know, look, I think, you know, they're saying whether there was blood in the house or not was going to make a big difference to why there was blood outside on those tiles. You know, was she, you know, profusely bleeding inside, and did it stop more outside or started to slow down outside? Was that the only damage to her? Because yes, any amount of blood from a woman of that age is horrific, but it wasn't huge amounts. So, you know, obviously when they're taking her out, something's happened, you know. Look, I don't feel there was a horrific amount of abuse perpetrated to Nancy in the home. Like I don't see pistol whipping and you know, really a lot of abuse inflicted on her, you know, at that time. So, you know, that could be for two reasons, in my opinion. Was she already unalive, or did they have something to take care of? It wasn't, you know, done in the way that they intended. You know, if you've probably gone wrong, like you said, and then you unalive someone, and then there's going to be just sort of more blood or whatever, and then they're sort of getting her out the house. For what purpose you do that, I don't know. But that's why I'd have to say that, yeah, I don't see a huge amount of abuse was inflicted on her in the home, and I do possibly think that blood, you know, out on the door was obviously in the midst of getting Nancy out there.
You know, I mean, so I see that blood is, I know, like, personally, I think that that's quite a bit of blood droppings, but I'm either thinking it's coming from the mouth or the nose. If I had my...
You've got to think, though, you know, if she was on blood thinners, or their blood's very thin anyway at that age, you know. I know myself, if I get a cut, being on blood thinners, if I get a cut, you know, a lot of blood does come out. It seems like a lot of blood. And, you know, the injury might not be that big, but yes, any amount of blood, of course, is alarming for a lady of that age, you know. So any amount of blood, you know, is alarming. I just don't see in that home, from what I'm picking up and what I'm seeing, I'm not picking up things smashed and trashed all through the house. I'm not seeing there was that the person went absolutely... look, in Australia last Friday, we had a 85-year-old man kidnapped, and they sent a video of him being tortured to a family. They thought, and it was the wrong man. They had taken the wrong man. This man had nothing to do with that family. So I don't see, like, I'm trying to say this because the torture with him was obvious and what they were doing. I don't see that happened with Nancy. This is why I'm a little bit confused as to who I would rule out and who I would rule in, because it wasn't an horrific attack by any means, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I would be very careful who I ruled in and who I ruled out, because there was a reason why, like I was just trying to say with those other kidnappers torturing that person because that was payback for something or whatever it was. So I feel with this one, there wasn't the same amount of horrific things that went on. So that's why I'd be very careful who was ruled in and who was ruled out.
Now, okay, so let me ask you, at the house that day, so do you believe a vehicle was in the side drive there where the kind of garage area is, and we didn't see it on camera, but do you believe that there was more than just the guy at the door, and maybe possibly somebody that was around the back side of her home, or are you just seeing him?
Look, with the blood at the door, now we have to keep in mind that down the driveway there was to be what looked like blood droplets going down the driveway a little bit further, which was seen by somebody else. So were they blood droplets or not, that would give us a better determination of where I think that vehicle was. Look, I do see several people, but it's not to say that she was carried out by any means. I mean, they may have helped her walk to that vehicle, help her get into the vehicle. It really just depends who it was and who was involved, to the manner of, obviously if they had unalived her in that home, which I don't believe so, then they would have obviously carried her, but I believe there would be a lot more blood, but I'm just not seeing that.
Right. And that's very true, right? Nancy could have very well just been, guided to the side of the home where the vehicle was. What do you make of the knapsack that's stuffed, though? Meaning, obviously, there's a point to why this knapsack is stuffed. It's not empty in the sense of a burglary that you're stealing stuff. In fact, it's stuffed. And one channel or whatever pointed out that the backpack was kind of open in the back, as if it had, when he bent over, that you could see that there was some maybe black tarp or something, but what do you make of the fact that this knapsack is full?
Look, I don't believe it was a robbery at all, but look, I'll throw something out there. If it was going to be a robbery, there was nothing to say that wasn't filled with other bags to put stuff in, thinking that there was going to be a lot that they could take. So that could have been that, but I don't believe it was a robbery. Right. Look, in that bag, there could have been, I don't see any personal essay on Nancy at all. I don't see anything of that. So I'm going to just put that out there. That's what I'm picking up. Yes, it could have been a tarp, or it could have been a blanket to cover her. It could have been any one of those things. But I think you were also dealing with somebody that, I don't feel he was a sophisticated kidnapper. So really, God knows what he had in that backpack, because we weren't dealing with someone that, in my opinion, does this for a job, I should say. I'm not going to, that's horrible to say a job, but you do get people that do that, you hit people, you get people that are used to doing robberies, so I would say it would probably have been, blankets and stuff like that, whereas he could have just probably taken a blanket from the house, but he wouldn't have thought of that because this person's not used to doing what he done, Right. This person seemed, people are saying he seemed very calm and he seemed very, like he just didn't care. You've got to look at it, firstly, if you're dealing with someone that can do those sort of things, well, a lot of those people are, don't have the feelings and emotions that we would have, and the care, because we wouldn't do something like that. Also, I will say that person felt at ease to a certain extent, because they already knew of the circumstances. They knew there was nothing to worry about. They knew that the police weren't going to come out. They knew that, the situation that they were dealing with. And I do believe that. So that's what makes me think, this person was told in advance, what the situation was going to be. Hence the reason they knew that, when I say Nancy may have, fought back, but that's she's an 84-year-old woman. How much can she fight back? When you see someone with a gun over you, you're not really going to fight back that much. So this person beforehand, in my opinion, already knew all those things. They knew it wasn't a random, because if you got into a random house at night and you knew nothing about this, there could have been anyone living in that house. They could have had a gun, to protect themselves or anything. This person to me was at ease because they already knew.
Right.
What they were dealing with. Now, people say he seemed to didn't know that the camera was there. No, I do believe he knew the camera was there, but he was just thinking that all he had to get was that camera down, and once he got rid of that camera, the evidence would be gone, because we didn't have, Nancy paying a subscription and stuff like that. And a lot of cameras that are, battery operated as well, people think once they're gone, if there's no prescription, you get rid of it, it's gone. But that's not always how it works. So, I do believe he knew the camera was there. It just wasn't a huge concern for him, being so sure of himself that evidence wouldn't be available later on, and he already knew what he was going to be dealing with inside.
Yeah, and just a question quickly, Suzanne. She, at the start of the show here, she had said that that she's not getting any vibes about, like, with Jack and Lily. It's like she got, like, communication in a sense, but with Nancy, she's not getting anything. So she possibly thinks that she is alive. You can say it however you wish to say that, Shannon, to answer that one again if you want.
Hello, Susan. Absolutely. And I think that's what I said at the start. I'm not getting any communication from Nancy. So again, that's not to say that she hasn't passed, but I'm not getting anything to say that she has. When I seen Jack and Lily, and I'm not going to lie, from day one, from that very first interview, and it was so sad because I could see everyone had all this hope, but I knew and was already having the visions come through that those two beautiful children had, in my opinion, already passed over. It wasn't till months over with Jack and Lily. I feel justice is coming with them, because behind Jack and Lily now there's a rainbow starting behind them. So in my interpretation, that rainbow means that justice is coming. Look, I have been very unwell and I haven't really focused on Nancy a whole lot, but when I have tried to and tried to communicate with Nancy, if she had passed over, there's just nothing coming through, not her voice, not any pictures of her, nothing. It's almost like it's just blank or blank. It's like it's just a black screen, really, like a little pixelated black screen. There's nothing there to me to cry out that she definitely has passed over. Now, there can be many reasons for that. Number one, it could be because I'm not well and not able to be fully open to the other side at the moment. Number two could be that she hasn't passed over, and number three is that she's not ready to communicate. I can't make someone over there communicate that's not wanting to communicate or ready to communicate, no matter how much you call them in or how focused you are. Sometimes if they're not ready to communicate, but normally if they're not ready to communicate and they have passed over, I would be able to see a clear picture of them on the other side. I'm not seeing that.
Yeah. Yeah. And, again, this case is very weird and strange. All in all, you just kind of keep going back and forth. Now, they showed basically a picture, right? Like, so obviously there was the Google Nest going on there. And then they had showed one picture where the knapsack wasn't on him. And to me, for anyone to think that this is the second guy that is there that has the same body shape, same jacket, same pants on, to me is absurd. To me, it's going to be the same person. But what do you make of the fact that here we have the camera footage where he's up and he's got his backpack on and blah blah blah. But then in another like still shot, they show him without the backpack, but they show him in front of the door. Like, what would make you think that why, like, obviously that would mean, okay, they got the Google Nest footage, right? They have a lot more than what they're giving us. They're only going to give us what they want to show us because they feel like it's going to maybe bring fruition to the case by putting those things out there. They're not going to give us anything more than they have to. But so what do you make of the fact that we have this still shot where obviously he's in front of the camera and no backpack, you don't see no gun in front of him, and then all of a sudden we see the camera footage? Do you think that it's the same person? Do you think that it's before or after? Why would you think that all of a sudden he has no backpack at the time, and then we see the footage on the camera where he does have it? What's your thought?
Well, in my opinion, it's the same person, and I'm gonna say that because if you look at the body shape and everything like that, then even if two people were wearing exact same clothes, they're not going to have the exact same body shape, the exact same head shape, everything like that. With seeing him with backpacks, then without backpacks, we have to ask ourselves. Obviously, we're not seeing what law enforcement and FBI are seeing. We're only being shown certain, shots of that. Have they got a running shot where they see him drop that backpack or take it off or put it back in the car, or did he come there first without it? We're never going to know because we don't have the whole
footage
picture of being seen to that. So, in my opinion, yes, it's definitely the same person. But as to why he would come with or without a backpack, well, again, I'm going to say, did he drop that? We're not seeing the whole picture. Did he take it back to the car? But again, I'm going to say it all comes down to, in my opinion, to being comfortable with what he was doing. Now, whether, a lot of people have said, sorry, yep.
No, finish your thought.
A lot of people have said, could he have been taking medication, to make him a lot more calm? Well, yeah, I suppose anyone could, think anyone can take medication to be calm. Yes, of course. But I just get that feeling for me that he's comfortable because he already knows the situation in that home, what he was dealing with. And of course, the comfortableness too comes down to, would you or me do that to someone? No, we wouldn't. But you get people that don't have those feelings towards people. It's just money to them, or it's just whatever to them, and they will, they will go and do it. Was he a professional? Not by any means, in my opinion. But yeah, he knew what was awaiting him, because if you didn't, you would have been sort of a lot more organised and stuff. But he sort of showed to me, and it just even in those still shots, and I can see from what I can see, the amount of time he was taking, the amount of what he was doing at that front door just shows me a higher level of being comfortable or knowing what you were in for, or what was in that home, or what you were sent there to do.
I know, Marie, you're saying that one guy was taller. I don't believe so at all. Deception or perception about what you think you see and what actually is true is two different things. The way that, the camera angle. Now, so I agree. So, as you were talking, the more I was thinking about this myself. Okay, so to me, there's no way that two people have the same clothes on, like as if they're going out for a twinsy day, and then sitting there having the same body shape. That just doesn't make sense to me. But each to their own on what they think. Now, I'm thinking perhaps that even that first one was actually at the beginning, that he was comfortable with knowing kind of like, like I said, it's whatever time in the morning there. What time was it actually? Was it 1:47, something like that? But anyways, yeah. So perhaps he was just kind of like, doing his little, but that doesn't make sense to the camera stuff though. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Because if you feel like he did know about it, but it was just a matter of, I'm covered and blah, blah, blah anyway, so now, so it could have been the fact that he was kind of getting his feel at the start. and then goes back, say to the vehicle, gets the knapsack, gets all ready to start doing it, like, to doing the plan and stuff like that. And so maybe at first he was just kind of scoping it all out, and that's hence why that first picture, he doesn't have the knapsack. And then now it's just like, okay, like, I'm ready to go in and do this. I've kind of like scoped it out, like you said, and that could very much be the case. As we're stating, and you've stated, is that we don't know. We don't see that bigger picture because law enforcement only wants to put out what they want to show us. And yet full well, there's going to be a lot more to this video that we're not seeing. Now, there are other Nest cams that were in the home. And at this point, they don't have any of more video footage at this point in time. Hopefully it comes to fruition that the Nest cams coverage, like they did with this one, where she wasn't subscribed, but we're able to get this. Now, they were talking about how in order to get this, it was like, like kind of like peeling an onion, like, you have to be careful with every layer to try to get to what you're getting in. They were able to retrieve, that video footage, thankfully, that we have seen, with it.
Look, I'll just say too that if we're going to throw a whole different picture in, that person at the camera could also have been doing what he did for the narrative to push the way of making it look like an independent kidnapping. Do you see what I'm saying? So you can take it a couple of different ways depending on, obviously if you knew more about, $1 million question, who was involved or what angle it was coming from, it's got to obviously make it a bit easier as, if that was to happen. But at the moment, in my opinion, with this case, there is so many different scenarios all mixed up into the one case. You've got these people with their sending, their ransom notes, and you've got the person at the door. You've got this, you've got that. There's a few different things playing into the one case, so it's causing confusion everywhere. It's not like if we're going to say like Coburger, you had someone go in and do what he did, and you had the people there, and you had the confusion of the people that weren't unalive that night. But this has got so many different angles to it, which makes it a lot harder than a normal case.
Absolutely. I was trying to stuff my face. My husband had made me dinner.
Okay.
My husband had made me dinner just like literally same time that I was going live. So I was stuffing a piece of garlic bread in my mouth. Not gonna lie. Okay. I want to play. Okay, so let me just chew this. Okay, whatever. Got cheeks. It's bread. So this was actually Banfield last night. And I wanted to play this, and we'll stop and start it on different points because there was a lot of good information on this one last night with regards to the blue shirt that most people will know about and the answer about it. So I'm just going to start playing this, and then I'll start and stop it as we're hearing things. Okay? Is that okay? Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, I'll go back to the start, but I'm going to put it on. She does talk fast already, so if it's too fast, I'll slow it down. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is Ashley Banfield Drop Dead Serious channel. So, credit to Ashley, Brian Entin, and, all those good reporters out there that I've personally watched a lot of myself. Okay, so
that apparently the video from inside the house in those other Nest cameras can't be extracted, at least not yet. I'm going to explain that coming up in just a moment. Also, something really pissed me off today. You probably all saw this. There was a blue shirt that was left on Nancy Guthrie's front walk, and Michael Ruiz from Fox News saw it in his video as he walked up the front walk and then ultimately saw the blood drops at the front doorstep. And we all wondered, what is that? It was a blue LL Bean shirt. It seemed very, very confusing. And now finally we have the answer. It's Nancy's shirt. I'll explain why it was left out on the front walk, who was using it, and, how this could have happened. That's coming up on this episode as well. The DNA test results are in, and it is a shit show again. They tested the glove from 2 miles away in CODIS and got the results, but they waited on the unknown male DNA from inside the home. Still waiting on that to go into CODIS. Why would they do that one first? That one was such a long shot, right? Side of the road, 2 miles away. I'll explain all of that. Sheriff's put out all these statements today, like just bullet points everywhere, and then cherry picked a few interviews here and there. And then he did something he should never, ever have done. He attacked Brian Entin. Fuck. Don't attack Brian Entin. That guy's reporting is impeccable. His standards are impeccable. The sheriff shit on News Nation too for a graphic that they put up last night highlighting all the missteps of the sheriff's investigation. And I'm not going to lie, every single one of them was a misstep. And somehow the sheriff seems to have a problem with that and shit on Brian Entin. I'm going to show you this confrontation. And Brian's such a gentleman. He didn't even take the bait. And I'm going to play you a lot of the interview with a lot of this new information from the sheriff, plus just a lot more reporting from all sorts of the different sources. I like to say I watch the news so you don't have to, because if you had to watch all the sources and go through all of the, Twitter updates, etc., you'd lose your effing mind, because half the time during the day, I lose my effing mind. All right, let's start here. This is important. And it might just be sort of like one of the biggest things that came out today, other than the DNA results from CODIS. I'll get to that in a sec. Brian Entin sat down with Sheriff Chris Nanos, Pima County, and they talked about cameras, plural. And for the first time, the sheriff finally confirmed the reporting that I had weeks ago on day 3, right? On day 3, I said that my source said there were multiple Nest cameras. The sheriff refused to confirm it. Well, he's doing it now. A couple other things that the sheriff said. They're getting close. Well, Jesus, I hope so. We're at day 17. He said they're getting close. He called the guy a monster and said, if you're out there, you should be scared. That I'm going to play for you in just a moment, as well as this absolute attack on Brian Entin and News Nation's reporting, which was absolutely uncalled for. And it almost feels to me like the sheriff actually doesn't know, truly, some of the things that Brian Entin has actually reported out from other law enforcement sources, like he didn't know that Savannah Guthrie and her siblings had put out an appeal to the alleged, ransom sender, the person behind the alleged ransom notes. He didn't know that either. So that may be a factor here. I don't know, but I'm going to get to that in a second. Fox News has this great reporter, Matt Finn, who's been doing killer work on the ground.
Stop it there, because I want to ask you, what is your thoughts on Sheriff Nanos from what you've gleaned so far?
Look, for me, it's a very hard job. You're in a very hard situation, and I think the force, the Ellie, there is a group of people that haven't been in their positions for a long time, so they haven't had a lot of dealings with different things. My thing with him, though, is in my opinion, from day one, he's wanted to clear the Guthrie family, and I look, I do get that, because everyone feels very sad for them and things like that. But with his statement, I know the first statement he said that the family had been cleared and weren't involved. Then I think yesterday he said, they weren't suspects at this time. So that's a big difference than being cleared completely and they weren't involved to then. At this time, they're not suspects. My thing is this, when you're doing an investigation, regardless of how much love you've got for a family or for, whatever, you've got to go into this investigation and then base it on facts. You've got to base it on evidence. You can't really be giving your personal opinions and stuff like that. I know he can't stand to be wrong, and he can't stand to think anyone can up him on anything, which is I'm going to say I don't like his contradictions constantly. I don't like how he seems to not work so well with everybody. I'm not saying there's arguments going on or anything like that. All I'm saying is he doesn't really want to even be open to the thought of other possibilities of things. It's like he's got his personal feelings and emotions, and sometimes he lets them to overrule what he should be overruling, but his contradictions yesterday, I think it was Fox News did a interview with the people that own the gun shop or someone that worked there. And, he said that, they came in and they showed him pictures and he looked on his, computers and stuff like that. then he completely denied that to the reporter that was happening. So I don't look. I know he doesn't owe anyone anything. He doesn't have to tell anyone anything. But unfortunately, if you don't want people to have these conspiracy theories about family and stuff like that, then you would want to be a bit more honest and open with the situation. So people do know where it's at. But unfortunately, when you keep contradicting yourself and outrightly saying things didn't happen when they did, how much trust can anybody have in you? So regardless of what he says now, a lot of people have lost trust in him. So, unfortunately for him, whatever he says, can you really count on what he's saying?
Mm-hmm. For anyone coming in, this is Shannon. So if I take this down, no, it will pop up that. This is Shannon. She's basically intuitive medium. I'll say it that way myself. Doesn't do tarot cards or something like that. But can speak. If people want to talk to her from the other side on that. So that's who's up on. She's been on here before, within the Jack and Lily case, and she's become a nice friend throughout the process of being in true crime here, and that like I said, grounded, beautiful heart. And so I agree with you on Nanos there, talking, and Cassie on the sassy there. It's, talking out of both ends of his mouth, taking back stuff that he said to, Ashley Banfield here. I know she's going to love her face stop like this, Charmaine. I'm sure she approved. You know what? I've never seen Ashley Banfield, and I even put that on this particular video. I said it's the first time I've heard. Like Ashley sometimes drops the F-bomb a few times, like here and there, right? But in this one, I've never heard so many freaking fucks come out of her mouth on this. Now I like it when she gets like that, right? And now here, fuck there, fuck everywhere, fuck, on there. So I kind of like it when she drops that, those little F-bombs, She's very passionate, and, likes to speak her mind as well. In this case, Brian Entin, you guys, as you know, not only is he luscious to look at, but he's a very good reporter. And he does a great job. And Nanos, prior to the interview, it's almost like, so at first his interview with him was canceled, like she said, and then, or like Brian said on his channel. And then all of a sudden it was like, no, we're good. But I believe, I kind of got that gut feeling after, in hindsight, looking at it, because Nano said basically, like, you have questions for me, I got questions for you. And basically kind of shitting on News Nation for those, what they deem as mistakes, right? And it's almost like you said, he takes things, what seems to be personally, and and he does give his opinion more so than what usually, say, a sheriff should be showing for opinions, because usually it's about sticking to the facts, and they try to keep their opinions and certain stuff to themselves. He just kind of seems like he says something, and then perhaps maybe regret saying that, and then but contradicts himself, and exactly. What's in this one is when Fox is talking to the gentleman in the gun shop, and the only thing that confused me on that I'll get around to, but is when, so Brian Entin said that the gun shop owner or whatever said that basically like 40 people, 40 pictures. I'm trying to understand myself how 3 pages of 6 to 8 people equates to 40 people. I don't know how to math that one, because I'm sure it wasn't one of those things like, well, let me just flip the page and there's another 6. It seemed like the way he was talking to me was 3 sheets of about 6 to 8 people on each one. He was going through them. And I'm like, how is number 40, coming out of that? Because, I mean, obviously, if it was 8 per page, and let's say that they were double-sided, 16, 32, 40, whatever it is. But it didn't sound to me like it came off like he was trying to say, well, I flipped the page over, there was 8 more, 68 more. It just sounded like it was 3 sheets. Here's some names, possibly pictures, and then flip the page again, there's another 6 names. Isn't that kind of how you took that? Like, I was just
yeah, I did take it that way, but with the 40 people, maybe when that first came out, it was said, roughly 40 people or something like that.
Right.
So they've taken that as 40 people.
Right.
And maybe it did start as 40 and they've sort of cut back, list down even further because, if you're going to take, even if you came to me or yourself and they said to you, Sonny, can you please tell me, did any of these customers, and there's 40 people there, that's going to make it more confusing to you. So the more they could cut that list down, the more chance, in my opinion, they would have of actually getting a hit on someone, because to ask someone out of 40 people, that's a lot of people to sort of, even if you've got a, database or whatever, and they weren't on the database and you had to remember them face, they might have used false ID, let's say, or something, and you had to remember that person to look at, 40 is a lot to look at. So I'd be surprised they would have started with 40 anyway.
Yeah. And I called that yesterday, and if people have brain cells, they knew when they first heard that, right? You had to have known that if a reporter is saying that, it's because they literally spoke to a gun owner that gave them that information. It wasn't rocket science. So then as she's talking about on here, and they play the Fox News clip. Now at that time that I had said that they hadn't, but it was just 2 + 2. If they're going to if that, decent reporters are reporting that, it's because they know that they were going to all the gun shops. So it would only make sense that they would be speaking to a gun shop owner. And obviously this gentleman had no problem, talking to the press. But then for Nanos to basically what? That's not true. You're just like, dude, you little freaking squeaky leprechaun. Seriously, every time you open your mouth, you just made yourself look already. So you were already not looking and doing favors to the public by your double talking and shit. And then you literally have Brian Entin talking about it and him basically wait, what? No, that's not true. Oh, here, let's just play the clip of the gun owner. That's literally
right.
saying.
Denying it and that there was no report, speaking to someone and denying it's one thing, but when the report's actually there of them talking to the person at the gun shop and then denying it, absolutely, it just makes people mistrust you even more. So nothing you're really saying now, from all the contradictions and all the, taking backs and then out again with the same thing, then we take it back. How can anyone have trust in your skills of what you're actually doing as a sheriff, which makes it, disastrous for the whole community.
At the heart of him, I think that the heart of him is, he does have this compassion. He does want, of course, Nancy Guthrie found and stuff like that. I just feel like he's a very emotional type of sheriff for sure. Maybe, kind of got the, what I call the kind of loudmouth small D syndrome going on. Usually people that are short and stout just remind me my twins ex, the one, it's like somebody that's like a miniature type of person, 5'5", 5'6", and yet their mouth is very loud in a sense. And that's kind of how I take him, somewhat egotistical, kind of like my way or the highway type of thing. And we've heard people speak to that, on that. So I think that there's definitely some truth to this. I also played Paula from Plunder, the audio recording where this Pima County deputy or whatever you want to call him, is basically, what did he say? What was the words that he used? Oh shit, what was the exact wording about something about basically the BS that the FBI did yesterday. So you can see that the bottom line, that there was some conflict there, between, what they were saying was no conflict. Obviously you can feel it, right? Because there usually is a lot of times that it's, about, the egos, they kind of get in the way a lot of times. We saw it in the Delphi case, between the Indiana, police versus the Delphi, and about control and da 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 da. So obviously, just after there was like, this not holding back information, about the glove being sent off and that they blocked the FBI. But then again, then there's this audio from the Pima County basically talking smack about the FBI and that same bullshit that they pulled last night or whatever it was. So there obviously is some tension, amongst certain people anyway, for sure. So that kind of, it just kind of like when something kind of comes out, then the contradictory of it comes out behind it. There is zero room for.
And it would, and too, Sonny, it would be ridiculous to say that there wasn't any conflict. It doesn't matter where you work or what you're doing, especially law enforcement, when you've got a serious situation like this. Everyone's nerves are on edge, everyone's stressed out, everyone's tired, they're all trying to do their job. So even that alone would cause, disconnect rather than anything else. So that's what I'm saying. Instead of just going with the truth of things and just saying it how he is, he tries to cover up everything, and it just makes him look more incompetent than anything,
Right. Like showing him talking about, when Brian Entin brought that up about the, photos and lists, and then he like literally goes and denies it. And I'm like, dude, you got to know that they literally have footage of a gun owner saying this stuff. That's why they have this knowledge. And you're looking like a jackass, sitting there saying that. Like, what are you talking about? No, there's no truth to that. Like, what?
And to me, Sonny, having a go at Brian Entin because he felt angry about what's being said about him, that as a sheriff shouldn't be done in front of everybody. That should be done behind the scenes, if and talk to Brian about that, or the news people about that. You don't, because again, that just shows as a sheriff, you're not able to control your emotions and keep your personal emotions out of things. We're meant to be, as a sheriff, professional and sticking to the facts, not showing that we're angry because someone said something.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let me play a bit more. Again, like I said, we'll play some and then stop and talk about it.
He was the one who got the update today.
I'll be back in 1 minute.
What the hell that blue shirt was on Nancy's front walk. Sheriff Nanos told him. Let me read for you. Sheriff Nanos tells me, quote, that shirt was used by United States Border Patrol K-9, and it was left behind by United States Border Patrol. Once we were notified, we retrieved it and verified it was left by USBP. And the reporting goes on to say U.S. Border Patrol, again, this is Matt Finn, U.S. Border Patrol tells Fox News' Matt Finn, its elite Borstar team used the shirt for a canine search at Nancy Guthrie's home the night she disappeared. I don't know, was that the night? I guess the Monday night, I'm guessing that's what it means. And then again, when the FBI returned to the property, Sheriff Chris Nanos previously said the bright blue shirt was used by U.S. Border Patrol K-9 team. The shirt was left behind and then retrieved. Video showed it near the blood drops on her front step. Man, that just makes me so frustrated. So I take from that U.S. Border Patrol got the item of clothing from Nancy Guthrie that had her scent and then gave that to the dogs to try to track. And when their work was done, somebody left it there, just left it there. And it was there, I think, for a couple of days before it was finally retrieved. So there's that mystery. I don't think it's satisfactorily resolved, but it's at least resolved. Also, another mystery that I think a lot of you have been talking about and reporters have been trying to get to the bottom of. I think we're down to the bottom of it now. Michael Ruiz, actually, thank you, Michael, for doing your great work out there, Fox Digital. He
there quickly because I just want to say, because like Brian Entin, when he was going up there, that blue shirt was just sitting there. Like, can you imagine that, this was taken like not very seriously, and it was at the start of this case, right? Like, meaning the crime scene was basically down and people were contaminating the scene that they kept coming back to after this point. And the mat wasn't taken out front there's that APS card, and now I feel like Ashley kind of, to me, when she's talking about that later, I feel like she kind of reported on that a bit wrong, because she was using, like, she made a comment like it was put there after the fact, like, of Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. Now, could very well be true because there's an Amazon parcel there that we see as well when Brian Entin's going up. But the thing was is that and Brian, she uses, I think, Matt's from Fox or whatever. But obviously 30 hours after the case is basically handed, or sorry, that they've taken the crime scene down and handed the keys back to the family in a sense. So that card was there already still, whereas she makes it sound like it was like it wasn't. And I don't know when it was put up there, before or after. But again, if we think about the 30 to kind of the 40 hours that the crime scene was handed back over, like that card is stuck in the door. And I find it hard to believe that when the crime scene's up during that time, that someone, did go put that card there. And maybe it happened right after once they took the crime scene down and it was put up there, and then Brian Entin's coverage was later on that day, and then that card was there. But you think that they would have reported on that, like seeing someone go up to the door, so I'm kind of confused about that one, because obviously someone's not going to go post that thing while the crime scene tape is up there. And once it's released, they're doing videos like literally right after it was taken down, basically. And they start, going up. But they see the blue shirt. And in your head, you're just thinking, like, is this like fucking honky tonk or something? Like, are you playing a joke on us that Nancy Guthrie's shirt is left behind from something that they used with the dogs to sniff? And it's just like, but again, it was, to me, it was taken lightly at first, as if, I don't know, almost as if, what, she'll be found, and then it turns into this basically. But I just remember Nanos dude saying, like, as soon as like they told me that there was blood on the scene and stuff, I knew that something was up. Really, dude? Really? 2 + 2? So like, I always find that comment so stupid when I think about that comment. So you were told that there was blood on the scene of this missing old lady, and in 30 hours, you guys managed to do everything and then hand basically the home back over to the family. And I don't know. It just resonates as, are you fucking kidding? Like, seriously? And then it's like, oh shit, maybe this is more serious than what we thought originally. Then they go back. By this point, it's contaminated. Like I said, the mat wasn't taken, and they kept going back and forth and back and forth. And, it just comes off as very unorganized, disorganized, no clue what the fuck that they're doing, in a sense. And I know that Nanos did say, like, I'll take the heat basically for, like basically that misstep. Really? Because you're the same one that said, well, I knew something was up because when that blood was found, I knew it was just more than some old lady going missing or, lost out walking or something like that, So, but anyway, so just for the blue shirt part of it, thoughts, like,
Look,
just
in my opinion, too, sorry, Sunny, the thing is, regardless of what you're going out to a scene for, I'm not law enforcement, so I'm not pretending to be, but I would think that if you were going out to a missing persons case, whether that person had wandered off, whether they were taken and unalive, any of that, wouldn't you go into that crime scene with the intention of the worst possible thing that could have happened? So therefore, right from word go, you're making that scene secure. You're not going to miss any evidence or anything like that, because you've gone in with the thought straight away that this could be the worst possible thing, and be prepared for that. Then, of course, if you find out the person's wandered off and you find them later, that's wonderful. With that blue shirt, again, I will say that shows to me a total lack of respect for a crime scene to have a top sitting outside. It doesn't matter whether it was used for dogs, what it was used for, that to leave it sitting there and lying there just shows a total disrespect for the crime scene and what had happened in those first hours.
absolutely. Because I'd seen that blue shirt when Brian and people were kind of talking about it for a while there, and it's just like, yeah, like didn't we weren't sure if it was actually a shirt or whatever item, but it kind of looked like a shirt. But I remember like JLR going, what blue shirt? What are you talking about? But I had remember seeing it from Brian Entin's video. And so it was kind of talked about, but it's nice to finally at least get an answer about whose blue shirt that was and why it was used. But for the fact of leaving a crime scene and leaving Nancy's shirt out there on a rock, is just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. But
And
okay.
in regards to the card being left in the door, the last I heard about that was that a neighbour had called it into those people, and they had come out and left it afterwards in the door. Now, my thing with that is, surely the people the neighbour that reported it, let's say it was the neighbour that reported it, surely the person that came out to leave that card had already heard, what had happened with Nancy Guthrie. I mean, everyone there was everywhere. Everyone knew what was going on, firstly. Yeah. Secondly, they would have seen the blood splatter at the tiles and stuff like that. So, coming out and leaving a card, wouldn't they have called, you would think, the law enforcement or FBI and say, I've just had this reported, but I've seen, Nancy's gone missing. So there's just so many little things that just don't make sense. In this case of what they've done.
Well, what doesn't make sense about that card is the fact that everyone in the media, right? Everyone is there, right? This story, like all the media's around. Not one person I ever came across ever mentioned that someone had walked up to the door and put a card there. That's where I get confused because, correct, it sounds like something that would be done after the fact. But why is it that no one was like, oh, I saw this lady, put this, into the door. Because like I said, obviously the crime scene's up. It's not going to be at that time. It's only going to be, if at all, either before or when the crime scene tape and is going down. But it was just the fact that nobody was reporting on the fact of, seeing it. Like, because every little thing seems to count of, when boots on the ground or news media, they're showing people go onto the cameras of the neighbor's house and all that stuff. I'm sure for someone to walk up there, would catch their attention, that somebody's gone and left something on this door. It's just because of the fact of the lack of talking about that out of all the camera media that's around there at this time. I just didn't see any reporting about that. Not that it didn't happen.
I agree. I've not heard any reports that that department has come forward and said that it was left at a certain time or it was from a neighbour's call or anything like that from the actual department. I've not heard any reports on that.
But I mean, it makes sense after the fact. It does make the most sense after the fact. It was just the lack of reporting on it because pretty much everything, is kind of being recorded by everyone there. So that's where I'll leave that with that. But anyways, I'll play some more here.
Reported that the sheriff is dispelling speculation about that business card. You probably saw that it was in Nancy Guthrie's door. They stuffed it in there. It was an agent with Arizona's Adult Protective Services, and the name was on there, the phone number, but what the hell? How many days after she disappeared did that suddenly show up? And what member of the government walked up on this crime scene and said, "Oh, here," it just left a lot of speculation. But this is what Sheriff Nanos told Michael Ruiz. The day she was reported missing, a neighbor called Adult Protective Services. They sent an investigator to check on her. This confirms the report was made after her suspected abduction, but we knew that. We knew that because when Brian Entin rolled up and shot his video on Monday, that card was not there. And this from the Arizona Republic,
Okay, that's where she's wrong. Because in Brian Entin's video, because he's, when Brian Entin played it from his thing. Okay, you know what? I'm going to go to that for a second now because now it's going to bug me because that's the only reason why I remember it was because of Brian Entin. So let's see. Brian Entin. I'm going to find that video because I know which one it is. Videos. Okay, so that's the one where it says, where is it? On the scene. Let me quickly find that one. That's about the 40 list. Where are you? Oh, right here. Okay. Okay. So let's take this one down for a second. And then let's bring up Brian Entin's. Okay. And okay. See? You see the cards right there. So we'll play it.
Also knew one of my photographers was able to walk up to the house behind me. And keep in mind, this is no longer a crime scene. I mean,
Glenn,
the sheriff
let me
made
just see what
clear
he
that
said
it is
there.
no longer a crime scene,
Okay.
that they there's not as much information coming out. And the sheriff even said at the end of the press conference that they're not going to have another press conference until Thursday unless there's an update, which I thought was kind of interesting because it's only Tuesday. Also knew one of my photographers was able to walk up to the house behind me. And keep in mind, this is no longer a crime scene. I mean, the sheriff made clear that it is no longer a crime scene.
Okay. So, as I said, so one of his photographers was able to, walk up. That's obviously behind him. And there's the card right there. So Ashley was wrong about that. During Brian Entin's, photographer's video of it, that card is there. And that's after it was released. So I knew when she said that she was wrong on that, because it is in his video. You guys can very well see it on the door sticking out there just above the Nest Cam, on there. So poor Nancy. Okay, so I'll take that down. That was, I know I have, hold on, let me just do this for 1 second. We'll do that. So, because this is Brian's. So Brian Entin Investigates, for his channel, but I'm sure everyone knows who that is. But anyways, we'll take that back down, stop screen, and then bring back up share screen. And where is she? Is it this one? Is this is it this one here? Nope. Hold on. Is this one here? Yeah. Okay. Now I can bring up Drop Dead Serious again show. And then we'll hit play.
A public reporter saw the card on February 3rd while taking photographs at the front door. A reporter called the phone number listed. An agent said the card was left after Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, not before. It was left so that Nancy Guthrie, an older adult who lived alone, could contact the agency if she needed services once she returned home safely. The Republic did not report on the card at the time. I don't know why. That would have been helpful because there was a lot of speculation. People were going bananas saying, see, she's being beaten. No, this was just, first of all, I can't believe that the person who left the card there wasn't watching the fucking news. 3 days into that story, it was the biggest story across the country, let alone in Tucson. Who the hell is this agent who just went up and said, call me? Okay, I'm done. All right. Let me go to some of the statements from the Pima County Sheriff's Department before I get to the real hot and bothered stuff, because he was so pissed off at Brian Entin. And now I'm so pissed off at the sheriff for being pissed off at Brian Entin, because nobody should be pissed off at Brian Entin. Before I get to the first statement from the Pima Sheriff's Department, and it's an important one because it talks about the DNA. The CODIS check came back. First off, quick note from my sponsor. Have you checked out Wild Grain yet? Because it is awesome. It's the first bake from frozen subscription box for sourdough breads and artisanal pastries and fresh pastas. Everything bakes in 25 minutes or less, which is good for me because I have no patience. What's even better, everything in it is real. This is why they're mine. I love these guys. You can pronounce all of the ingredients that they use. And I'm obsessed with the sourdough because it's super elite when it's cold in the wintertime. The boxes are also completely customizable. So there's just nothing like having your own artisan bakery in your freezer. Chase away the winter chill. Now's the best time to stay in, do some baking, homemade meals with Wild Grain. I highly recommend giving it a try. Right now, Wild Grain is offering our listeners $30 off your first box, plus free croissants for life. Are you kidding me? Just go to wildgrain.com/Banfield to start your subscription today. That's $30 off your first box and free croissants for life when you visit wildgrain.com/Banfield. You can use the promo code Banfield at checkout to get your deal. All right, the statement from the Pima County Sheriff. Bear with me. I'm going to read it word for word because words matter. And again, this is the first statement that came out today. I got a whole other one that came out later. So the DNA evidence from the gloves, we were all waiting on this, right? When are you going to let us know when it goes into CODIS and if there's a match? So the DNA evidence from the gloves found approximately 2 miles from the house was submitted to a lab in Florida. and to CODIS this morning. There were no DNA hits in CODIS. That's a gut punch, right? At this point, there had been no confirmed CODIS matches in this investigation. So my first question was, well, what about the DNA inside the house? Right? Does that mean you put it in there too? Because I would assume you would take the DNA from inside the house, this unknown male DNA that's not one of her direct, circle of friends or family. You would put that into CODIS first, because that's the important DNA. The glove 2 miles down the road, okay, I got it. Yeah, it's important. But the house, yeah, they didn't. It's not done yet. So the next statement is here. DNA, this process takes time. As mentioned above, the gloves submitted to CODIS produced no hits. There is additional DNA evidence that was found at the residence, and that is also being analyzed. Watch this space. We'll find out when that's going to come back from CODIS. Hopefully we'll get that. Maybe we won't. Maybe they will hold that. Maybe it's a strategy. I don't know. I'll give them that. But so far, we're being said it's also being analyzed. And by the way, I want to tell you something. I think a lot of us thought that the glove from 2 miles down the road was that glove we've all been looking at in a photograph by the New York Post. But TMZ reported today that is not the glove that was tested for DNA.
I'm going to stop that one there, because I think that was the glove. Like, I think that TMZ, I don't know, you guys, I feel like TMZ reported that wrong, because what other fucking glove was black? Like, basically, out of all the gloves that were found, that was the one. I cannot not see that wasn't the glove. That looks like the same glove as what, the same, at least the same, like a make, right, of a glove. So I feel like TMZ, in my opinion, got that wrong. And then that's why she's saying it here, because they're saying, like, say 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. Well, again, that glove was like, what they said was like 1.5 miles, let's say 2 miles. So I cannot not see that that's the glove that they're talking about. So I think that's where a little bit of misinformation to me is coming about that, because to me that would be the glove, because that is the glove that looks similar to what is used, right? I know these, I worked at Mark's Work Warehouse here in Canada, and I see those gloves all the time. Most people see those type of gloves all the time, just those more, cheapy ones that they use. And yeah, a lot of times it's used in the oil field and stuff like that, mechanics, because in Mark's Work Warehouse where I worked, it was all like oil field, type people that would be buying those gloves all the time, the cheap kind, or something like you said, to do with mechanics or blah, 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 blah. Do you believe that that's the glove? Do you think that was misinformation about that? Because there was no other glove, I don't believe, besides that glove. There was about 16 gloves, 14 to 16 gloves found. Do you think that that's the glove, and that TMZ reported that wrong?
Look, that was the only black glove they've ever shown. I know they've found so many gloves, but that was the black one that they've ever shown. But again, wasn't there some talk about a glove being found in the house originally, and then that was pushed out the window? That was something wrong too. Look, it's hard to say really at this point, and this is what I'm saying, because there's so much miscommunication and things going out. It really is hard to know. What the truth is and what's going on.
I think that the common sense of it is that is the glove. Just like you said, there was talk about the glove in the home, and then, Nano says, no, there was no glove in the home. And I believe them on that, for sure. But now, to me personally, the chances of that glove having the DNA of the perpetrator at the door is highly unlikely. And so I wasn't expecting much with that glove. What I was expecting more so, and this could be, again, just simply someone's unknown DNA, the touch DNA, right? That, okay, so for instance, that black glove, no matter what, that's going to go into the familial, testing, right? Because obviously, if there's no CODIS hit, they still want to rule that out. Like, who's it going to lead us to? And they're going to look at that. But the touch DNA that's in the house by an unknown. Now, that unknown just could be somebody that, was in the home, but it wasn't in their list of, say, the pool person or the, because obviously it's a male DNA for that. But So that's the one that to me I was holding hope out for, that even though, the guy's decked out in gloves, right? I can't really picture this guy inside the house, even though, don't forget, Shannon, there's a 40-minute time window that the perp is inside that home, right? Let me ask you about that quickly. 41 minutes of time, right? Between the pacemaker disconnecting and the entry from, like the Nest Cam or whatever. So what do you make of that 41-minute window of why it would be like that long inside of a house? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, again, that brings us back to going against the robbery theory, doesn't it? Because usually a robber will be in and out that house as fast as possible. Like if no one was home, they might sort of muck around a little bit longer, but they're still going to be in and out as close as possible. So that 41 minutes, again, that brings to me a personal aspect into that, of being sent there on purpose, or having something to do with someone, because, again, feeling comfortable to be able to stay in that home for 41 minutes. I mean, what are you doing in there for 41 minutes? I don't feel there was any SA or anything like that. I'm not saying I'm right, but I don't get that at all. So yeah, that's very, look, people are saying that if the person could have unalived her and then they panicked. Well, I don't see any proof of any, unaliving in that home, or any amount of blood or anything that would show that, or, even if you had unalived someone in that home and there was no blood because you use a different method, are you going to stick around for 41 minutes until you take that person out or whatever? I mean, it's just all very strange. Again, 41 minutes shows me the person was very comfortable to be in that house for 41 minutes.
Do you think at all? So yes, they cleared like the spouse and immediate family. Obviously there's this speculation going on, with this Luke guy and Kayla, that supposedly could be the niece of Nancy Guthrie. Do you at all feel any sort, because family members do this shit, do you at all see any part of a family member, say excluding, well, I'll just leave it at that. Do you feel like within the family still that some greedy, say let's say this niece, and let's say this Luke guy has this long rap, and stuff like that, do you feel that vibe at all whatsoever?
Look, I felt from day one there's a closer connection to this whole situation than we'd probably like to think. Am I going to say anyone in particular? No, I'm not going to say anyone in particular, but I am going to say that I do feel there's a closer connection to the situation from, let's say, a family member or someone very close than not.
Knows, yeah.
And that's where I am going to say that, because to me, that's probably one of the only things that would make sense in this situation, in my opinion. Because, like you said, we've got these, sporadic ransom notes. We've got this, we've got that. If it was, let's just say that you were, it was closer to home and you were trying to push certain narratives, or you were trying to do different things. This is where what proof we do know about so far does make any sense, because other than that, it doesn't.
I mean, it kind of, only because I'm always forever and a day watching true crime documentaries, interrogations, and stuff like that. And, a lot of the cases that I watch, usually a lot of them seem to be like people that are in need of money, let's just say, that do shit like this. So it wouldn't put it past me if, because it could somewhat make sense if perhaps hypothetically, say this niece and this guy with this long rap sheet and her tats and everything everywhere, that she worked for a tattoo or works for doing tattoos, and that, like, meaning it wouldn't shock me if being, say, a side relative in a sense, has course, the knowledge of Nancy Guthrie and money, and be like, hey, I know a way that we could earn some money. And like, so it won't shock me if at like a distant, more relative, but is sitting back hatching a plan of how they can make money off of this, but my mind will always keep going back to these ransom notes. But I don't feel like this whole ransom part is legit. Like there's nothing about this that says professional ransom. Like maybe they might be professionals at freaking encrypting and being hackers, and being in that, like the wrong side of the law per se. So it's kind of like, do I believe that there's a connection to these ransom? Because I don't feel any legitness to no proof of life. Just the whole way that this whole ransom is played out, and Parasite 1 and Parasite 2 are literally it's like it's this game of, okay, so we've sent off this ransom, then this guy Parasite 2 comes in to be like, hey, I'll give up a name, and I know that it was Nancy Guthrie that I saw, and then poop, and then again pop, all of a sudden today another all of a sudden just today randomly another ransom. Come on, like how does that even make sense at all, that you're trying to make $6 million, no proof of life, and you're playing the long game of of this whole ransom, like this long game with Nancy, and that she's alive and stuff like that. So it's kind of like, on one end I keep that the ransom keeps popping in, but for some reason that's like, who knows, I mean, it could be like, I don't know, there's just, it doesn't seem anything legit, that this is business people just trying to get $6 million, and you would show proof of life, and mean business. But no, what we're getting is, this is my third time I'm telling you, if you don't give us that money, is going to happen to Nancy. And they provide these horrific details, of course, to fright, right, to scare, like that your mom's alive still, but hey, if we don't get paid at this time, well, what? And then there's going to be another one down the road. So I just feel like this whole ransom stuff, I feel like part of it is just a game of con artists, and maybe it is more something that is maybe on the side of the family, that's or somebody told someone about, they could get money off of this chick because of knowledge of who Nancy Guthrie is, right? And I don't feel like this person that's at the door had knowledge of the home per se, as much as this person is the one that go in there, get her, did try to get money out of this. And, and so I keep flip-flopping on all that, but the ransom stuff just seems so not at all how this would go.
To me, the only reason the ransom could make any sense was because the sort of kidnapping it's been. So you've got these weak ransom notes, which are not professional in, my opinion, but you've got a kidnapping that's not professional either. So
Right.
That's the only way they go hand in hand. It's certainly not, in my opinion, certainly not what I would imagine what the cartel would be able to do, and people of that thing, that, structure, who always do, things like that, or capable of doing things like that. It's not a high technology, it's not a high encrypted one, so if they made sense in any way, that's what I was trying to say, I guess, at the start. They make sense to this kidnapping and how it's played out so far, and who could be involved and who couldn't be involved, because they sort of go hand in hand, in the way that there's no professionalism about any of it. So that's the only way they fit together. Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. Now, I personally, myself, I do not believe Nancy Guthrie is alive. That's my gut feeling on this all, because I believe that the ransom is a bunch of hokey pokey bullshit going on, because of just again, it's like not professional. Like Harvey Levin talks about, oh, it's written this way and it's not AI. And how do we know that, actually, right? Grammatically correct, and all that stuff. But because of the, just visually, it just seems like this is so off and so weird and wrong that this is not how a ransom goes by no means. So to me, it's like unprofessional, really. And it feels like jokester number 2 comes into play with all this. And I've already said about how 1 minute he's saying that he knows where she is, that he can say the name of the person and all this stuff, and then the next one after that is, after he's not going to message again, right? That this is going to be his last message. It just, again, it's just, there's nothing about that part of it that seems legit to me. And I don't think that Nancy's alive. She could be. I would hope. I would love and pray like we all would. But my gut feeling is that she isn't. There's no proof of life. This isn't, they're not showing anything to show that Nancy, I get it, is, not dead. But there's a lot about this that typically in type of crimes that the victim isn't alive. Because again, a true business person that's doing this for money is just going to be like, this is what's going to happen. You want proof of life? Here's a little teaser for you. Give us the fucking money, and you know what? Get your mom back. And maybe they end up getting the money, doing something to Nancy, or maybe she's already dead. But in saying that, like I said, to me, a true business person that's a piece of shit still, regardless, they're not going to play this long game to me at all, and not wait like however long it's been since the second ransom. Like it's almost like I said, parasite number 2 stops in a sense, or sends out another one. Oh, well then next thing you know, parasite 1 comes back on the scene to say, hey, we're going to, Nancy, if you guys don't pay. It just seems like a joke, like just a ridiculous donkey's asses that look like idiots to me, because I'm just seeing it from that point of view, in a sense. Like at first thinking it was legit. Okay, you steal Nancy, you want money. Okay, but the never showing proof of life, and then just waiting this long for them to come back and be like, yeah, you know what? Now we want crypto. You know what? We thought about it. You guys have talked about the FBI, about how you can trace a Bitcoin. Well, you know what? Maybe crypto is harder to find or something. So you know what? Let's play this other game, and I just, again, no proof of life. I can't see business people that are in the game of, just there for the money's sake of it, playing this type of game. It just doesn't seem legit at all.
And you would think through what the FBI's actions or inactions have been very telling too, I guess, in a way, if you want to look at it from their perspective. I mean, they're very intelligent people. They deal with this sort of thing all the time. They've got the highest tech of everything. The fact that they haven't, swayed the family to, even without proof of life, to pay the ransom says a lot, in my opinion, as well. Just
Right.
personal, my opinion, that, what they've done shows a lot, or should tell us a lot as well. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
if someone's got the means of paying that sort of money, and which, the family probably does, and there was any single chance that, or the FBI thought any chance that she possibly could be returned, you would think that they would have paid it. So, I guess if we look at it from that point of view, that's very telling as well.
Yeah, who knows what the actual reasons are behind all this. It's just logically, when you're looking at a case and you're looking at the facts of what's being put out there by these notes, and I know that, Harvey Levin and that they're only reading partial of it and stuff like that. And he keeps saying how keenly interested the FBI is, in this. But but again, it just reminds me of a bunch of, morons that are actually so far getting away with this, and it just does make you wonder where the true answer lies amongst all these things about Nancy Guthrie. The true reason why she was the target of this, truly, was it, again, some side family member looking, going, hey, my grandma or whatever, she has a lot of stuff, like, let's try to get some, money out of it this, way. And maybe there is a connection to these doofuses. I don't know. it just boggles my head about where the truth lies. Honestly, this one truly does hurt my brain cells a lot because so much, like, do you know what I mean? There's just so much that has happened from every aspect of this case that leaves you frustrated trying to understand it, that flip-flopping, thinking at first perhaps it was to do with Tomato Dude, involvement, maybe there was money issues, maybe some sort of inheritance, blah blah blah. I mean, the guy kind of looked like, like a terrorist, to be honest with you, when you see his pictures. Not that he is, but he just has that, like that look. And you're thinking like, dude, there's something fishy about you. but then it became like,
And I think too, with Nancy's house being, so much further out, and you've heard a lot of the reporters say that even when they go back there, they've still got to use, their app to find where to go. So, if it was just a random, you usually find that the random robberies are in a more built up area where they can do 2 or 3 houses, just apart from each other, or 2 or 3 houses on one street at a time, rather than, going all that, in my opinion, all that way out to that particular home,
Yeah. Okay, let me play a bit more here.
It was a glove, but it was not the glove, which is curious because it looked a hell of a lot like the glove on the perpetrator on the doorbell cam. But okay, TMZ reports that's not the glove. The sheriff goes on to say the focus is today Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker. Investigators are attempting to locate the device and are working with the manufacturer and other experts in the field to assist in that effort. These are the signal sniffers, right? I've been talking about this for a couple of days now. Brian Entin was reporting when the chopper was overhead, and he reported that these signal sniffers were like on the rudder, or at least somebody was hanging out of the chopper. And for lack of a better explanation, because it is really technical stuff, it's an electronic device that sends out a hello to a device like Nancy's pacemaker. Nancy's pacemaker is sending out advertisements. Hello, can anybody hear me? Can I connect with my phone? Can I connect with maybe the device that the Pima County Sheriff is using right now? It's doing what's called advertising, and it's doing it every couple seconds. So this device is reaching down to say, you damn right you can connect with me. Where the hell are you, right? What's great about this is if Nancy's alive, her pacemaker will obviously emit the signal. If Nancy is not alive, her pacemaker will still be working for years. There are some limitations, all sorts of things that I don't really want to get into the details of it. There are some things that device, the signal sniffer, can't sniff through. But all in all, on the chopper or on drones, which other experts in the field have said would be really, really smart, that thing can reach 800, possibly even to 1,000 feet. So if the chopper is 800 feet above the houses or the fields, or if the drones are, it might actually be able to get a handshake, make a connection, and then answer that advertisement of Nancy's pacemaker. The company that is helping Pima Sheriffs do this is called Parsons Corporation, and they said that the Sheriff's Department requested the deployment of what they call their Blue Fly, Bluetooth, and Wi-Fi search technology in early February. Thank God. That's about the best thing I have heard. I don't know how early, but let's read on. They made that request to assist in the search for Nancy Guthrie, and units were used during helicopter and ground search operations beginning February 3rd. February 3rd. That's Tuesday. That is early. That's the day I got all my breaking news from my source as well. Wow. Bluefly creates heat maps, they say, to detect electronic signals in challenging terrain, but declined to share further details due to sensitivity of the investigation. They also say it can reach 800 to 1,000 feet. And I had heard that from another guy that was intimately involved with the creation of this kind of technology. Also want to tell you a little bit about the work that's being done quietly behind the scenes right now. The doorbell video that you saw of the...
I'll stop there again. Okay, the signal sniffer. Okay, I feel like this was not very good that we actually got to know that was going on. But I know in the world that we live in now, pretty much there's nothing sacred. What are your thoughts on that? Because I feel like, okay, there's nothing like giving the bad guys information on about a pacemaker that will still keep ticking even if the person is dead. And here they are flying around, trying to get the signal. But obviously it probably can't go through certain things like possibly cement or whatever, certain things, right? But what do you feel about that information come out? Do you think it was detrimental giving the people that have something to do with Nancy Guthrie's disappearance and meaning kind of like, oh shit, never thought about that. So
Look, it probably was Sunny, but because this has got so much media attention on it, as soon as someone seen the helicopter flying around anyway, they were all going to be out looking as to why. It wouldn't have been hard to put two and two together for media and that to see that there was this helicopter flying around the house. So they all would have come out anyway probably and been chasing the helicopter, looking or trying to film the helicopter. So maybe in that instance they thought, yes, it could have been detrimental, but was it better to just, say it outright, so maybe they'll give us a bit of peace or let us do our thing, rather than everyone trying to chase and follow everything down, then not to. I was a little bit surprised. Look, I don't know if they even have able to use drones, but if they could have used drones, I don't even know if they can do that, but I would have thought that would have been a probably better option, not only because it can get closer to each individual home and everything. It's a little bit more inconspicuous. I know that people still say, oh my God, there's a drone out, that probably not so much as a helicopter.
Yeah, you almost think that there'd be a bunch of drones up there with these sniffers on it, that can get closer and lower and do a lot of coverage in a shorter time than that. It's one of those things is that what they said was that, of course, that the FBI wasn't happy about the fact that got out per se, but really, was it going to be kept secret too much? Chances
when
are
you've
not.
When you've got all those people there and everyone's watching and all that media, it's very hard to like even when they had the first detainment of that man, in Rio Rico or whatever that place was called out there, you had everyone sort of following there and everything. So yes, it's very hard for them to contain anything, I guess. I know they do a lot of their things or a lot of searching in the middle of the night, or had been, in the middle of morning, middle of night, probably in the hopes that they will get a bit more, privacy to do what they're going to do. But unfortunately, because you've got media there the whole time, maybe they thought in their head, or whoever did leak it, thought, well, they're going to find out anyway. So that you can sort of give them a little bit.
Let me ask you on this one, because there's been talk about Mexico. Do you feel at all that Nancy Guthrie is in the Mexico area, considering that she isn't too far from the border? There are multiple ways of getting past the border, because like these aren't good people, right? These aren't the people that go, you know what, let me just show you my passport. Let me just show you, these aren't good people, right? What's your gut feeling, or what your intuition, whatever is, if Nancy by chance is in Mexico? Thoughts?
If this had played out different and there was proof to me, or that this whole thing was done in a professional way, then I would have thought, depending on who could have been involved, then you could buy off border patrol people, you could probably do this, you could probably do that in a proper professional kidnapping and things of that sort. Then yes, that would be a possibility. In my opinion, for this case, no, not at all. They're not that professional that would even be a consideration for me, but that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah. DEA, hi DEA. To the other side of this is the perps think that they have sealed up, so to speak. Then they hear this, and then they visibly will noticeably be scrambling. So that's how I'm kind of seeing this in my head, is that perps that have no clue about anything to do with the pacemaker don't realize that whether she's dead or alive, that this pacemaker has the ability to give off these hellos or whatever, trying to communicate. And so I see that as one of those oh fuck moments where, so let's just say that she's dead, she's buried somewhere, in a sense. And again, if they find her body, chances are, there's going to be, maybe some telltale signs of DNA or something that could lead to the perpetrators. Then I can see them taking it up and being like, fuck, let me just cut that pacemaker out there, right? So, because a pacemaker, I'm assuming, is underneath the skin there, is it? Is that a help?
You would, it would have to be removed, because even if you've got to change the batteries, and it would last about 10 years, I think you've got to go in to have a operation to change the batteries. So yes, it would have to be cut out of somebody.
Right. So I just feel like if she's alive, they're like, oh fuck. So obviously they're gonna pay attention to everything. Like, do you know what I mean? I see them as going like a holy fuck moment. They had no clue about this, up until the news is talking about the sniffer and what it can do, And so if she's alive and she's within, the helicopters are flying over, like that's something that literally I would kind of be scared shitless of if I was a perpetrator, knowing that if she's held up in a home somewhere or whatever, that the helicopter could go over the area and hello, I'm down here. Because obviously it's specific to her pacemaker. But by the second token too, if she is not alive and she is buried somewhere or whatever, that, and they're like, oh shit, like let's go take it out of her, and then go place it somewhere else to distract, so yeah, I really do feel like I said, the perps had no freaking idea about.
Which again, Sunny, takes you back to if it was a robbery gone wrong, and out of all the times that they would never take a body, they just so happened to take her body this time. That's what I was saying. Would they go to all these problems to get rid of this body or take it somewhere special because it was a robbery gone wrong? No, they usually leave the body there. If they were going to take it, even, let's say, for some bizarre reason, they're not going to go to all this. They would have, there's plenty there. They can just sort of dump it as quick as they sort of can and get out the car, get it away from them. You're not really going to go to the whole thing of what these, as a targeted person has done with Nancy, in my opinion. Do you see what I'm sort of saying? Like, if it's a robbery gone wrong, why would you take the body or the person? What need have you got for that?
So first of all, if it's a robbery gone wrong, what robbery do they usually take a body? They just do something. If they do come across them, kill them, leave them there, right? And head their way out, take their shit. So it doesn't. Yeah, so this doesn't remind me of a robbery gone wrong.
Not at all.
Because they just simply, to me, if you cases like this, they don't take the body. Like they're not gonna sit there and go, let me just take you with me. They're just gonna kill the person, leave them there, and scoot out their way with their gems that they have found in the house or something like that. So that one doesn't make sense to me. And it's just, by following true crime, knowing how typically Occam's razor is about how things go, kind of like in Jack and Lily's case, Occam's razor to me, not this far-fetched BS story of, frickin' that Malaya hid them and blah, 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 blah. And all these months later, nobody's come forward. Occam's razor is always the usual answer to these stories, right? And, what seems the most realistic. And taking a body during a botched robbery doesn't make sense. Yeah, like I said, they're just going to do their thing, leave that body there and head on, a kidnapping, so that's why this more to me reveals itself of some sort of kidnapping with the intent of money being the end game out of it, regardless. It could be more deeper than that. I don't know, but that's kind of how it comes across. Like, I don't know that this comes across as a statement that somebody's making a statement about, to Savannah, like maybe to Savannah Guthrie, maybe it is possible that some sort of statement is being made, because of Savannah, that they're doing this to the mother. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that I'm buying that so much, but it's not that it's still not on the table. A lot of people, have said, Savannah's, in the Epstein files and blah, 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 blah. Do you feel any connection to the Epstein files with regards to this case?
No.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't. It is possible, but I mean, again, why, in the Epstein files, did somebody go through them and go, you know what, why wouldn't they target then Savannah, and not why her mother, in a sense, right? It doesn't make sense to me, but
in my opinion, Sunny, that caliber of person or doing it for that reason is not as sloppy as what these people are. They're very highly skilled people that do those sorts of things. They're in and they're out. That's it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
absolutely.
yeah.
But here we're seeing this wacky ransom stuff going on that doesn't make sense. I mean, nothing's making sense at the moment, but they're still being somewhat logical about the information and what possibly is kind of like, I mean, it's an odd case for the fact that it's a kidnapping of, Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy. And this isn't your everyday story that you hear about, again, if it's a random, they're going to look to someone bigger than Nancy Guthrie, in a sense, for some sort of ransom. They're going to probably be looking for, a billionaire, in a sense, not someone that just has, say, millions of dollars, but more of a higher profile. So that's why this more leads me back to home, perhaps, of someone that knows of Nancy Guthrie, that knows that they could make money out of doing this. But the whole ransom thing is just what I feel like is like amateur hour of how this is going to me. So I don't feel like it's this highly sophisticated people. I feel like there's people that have, just because you're a good mechanic doesn't mean that you're the brightest bulb in the world. You might be just good at doing mechanics. Hackers, usually have more intelligence when it comes to hacking people and in a sense. And so, but this doesn't come across like intelligence of, professionalism. The guy at the door, again, to me, most people kind of deem him as, pretty much an idiot, a doofus. That doesn't really, that maybe doesn't do this as a career so much as money was offered to him to take part in this so that he could get a piece of the pie of some of this money or whatever. Confusing. Okay, I'll play a little bit more.
I'm just going to pop in. I'm just going to pop in, Sunny.
And investigators are
sorry, darling.
Walmart.
I'm going to hop out of the live and I'll come back and chat because I'm feeling a little bit unwell.
Oh, sure. No problem at all. Okay. Thank you, Shannon.
I'll see everyone in chat. Thank you.
Thanks, Shannon. Okay. What is that? DEA. And here I'll kick from studio that way. She doesn't have to do it. There we go. Okay. The Epstein Files is now the new flypaper. Everything everywhere seems to stick. Yeah, gotcha on that one. Okay, so let's play a bit more about
the management to try to isolate and identify the individual who purchased that backpack. So this is something we all figured that was happening, right? That backpack, many have said that's exclusively sold at Walmart. I've seen some reporting saying it isn't. More reporting that.
So just to clarify on that backpack, so JLR bought that backpack when he was at Walmart. It is a Walmart exclusive. Okay, so meaning it's Walmart's brand. So to me, that's not going to be sold somewhere else. And so maybe Ashley Banfield just kind of doesn't know, like on the tag on the back literally shows Walmart, that it's a Walmart brand on there. So do I feel like this person that's in this video that she was showing is a Walmart shopper? Probably, absolutely. $10, $12 knapsack, right? Nothing, to me, totally. The top was found, that you could find that at Walmart as well. Apparently the holster, stuff like that. Probably the shoes are Walmart, maybe those aren't. But, at least there's hope with, like, I dread the people that have to go through this footage, because were these items purchased a couple days? Some of these items purchased a couple days before this, Nancy Guthrie disappearance. Did he own most of this already? But we'll hope and pray that something out of all these items, the going to the gun shops, brings a connection to this case, to give some hope of finding out the perpetrator or perpetrators with that information. It's like looking through a needle in a haystack to literally, because there's like 9 Walmarts in the Tucson area, to sit there and have to go through this footage of the unknown in a sense, right? I mean, some of the stuff hopefully was purchased just prior to the disappearance, as if they were, say, getting ready to, you know, perform this act. So hopefully that's the case, and they'll come across at least a backpack being purchased, maybe a backpack and the gloves or something like that, you know, being purchased. So hopefully, you know, some of these trails that they're on bring those answers. I believe that they will, but it's going to take time. It's going to take time.
Not says that it's an exclusive item to Walmart. But those things have SKU numbers, right? Stock keeping units at SKU numbers, right? And you can find out because of the SKU number that is scanned when you go through the cashier, who was it that bought it? Let's line it up with the date of the purchase and get the camera. You know, this is easy stuff. Brian Koberger's on camera at Walmart buying all his fucking meals before he killed those 4 kids, including just hours before he killed those kids. So they're really good about this. And they're working with Walmart. And I'm hoping that that's going to be the linchpin. The DNA, I'm not feeling as good about that. It's unknown male DNA, you know, inside Nancy's house. I mean, your house probably has unknown male DNA that's not in your circle of friends and family. It comes in the mail. It comes in people's shoes. It comes in cleaners. It comes in visitors. Touch DNA can be transferred so many different ways. So I'm not as confident about that. But that fucking backpack and that balaclava and that stupid ass gun holster, $10 at Walmart, that's something I am confident about. That's something I think he might have actually, you know, put together his crime kit all in one purchase. And that is possible. They call it cluster purchasing. Some of these criminals will go in and buy all the shit that they need to do their dirty work. And then, lucky for us, we track that stuff. So hopefully that's going to yield something. I'm crossing my fingers on the Walmart investigation. And they also, you know, if you buy it.
So I actually forgot that she said that herself, to be honest with you. So same thing. You know, hope that. And yeah, they obviously would have to look for online shopping as well, you know, throughout all of this. Like I said, I don't envy the people that have to watch the footage and just try to find that moment that they come across this person purchasing these items. That's typically what gets a lot of people, like she said, in the Brian Koberger case. And sorry, I feel like my voice is going here as well. But, you know, I just feel like that something will be yielded throughout all the different avenues with this case, and that the perps will face their justice and stuff like that. Still don't feel like Nancy Guthrie is going to be found alive myself. But, you know, prayers and hope in a miracle is always more welcome than thinking of the, you know, sad situation that this is for an 84-year-old mother that, you know, we've seen her on some of the videos that Savannah has put out. And it's just heartbreaking, because what's heartbreaking is the minute I think of Nancy Guthrie, I instantly think of the blood spots that are on there. Hopefully they find her alive. Sad indeed. Okay, I'll play this out a little bit more, but you guys, my voice is just really taking, like, it feels like it's hard just to even almost talk at the moment, in a sense. Not because I'm having a hard time breathing, but just for the fact of I can really feel that it's my talking, because I just have been having a flu, So today it just feels like it's going right now. But anyways, I'll play a bit more out.
Through mail order, they can track that too, right? It's got to go somewhere. Got to put in a credit card. So the statement about the Guthrie family, this is also in the first statement from the sheriff today. It's a little different. Suddenly he's using different language again. I don't get this, sheriff. Just stick with one fucking report and stay with it, and like be consistent, because you're sending reporters into like freak out mode, trying to make sense of what you're doing. So yesterday he was so emphatic that the Guthrie family, the siblings and their spouses are cleared, period, end of story. And then today he put this out. In criminal investigations, evidence is examined to either build a case or clear individuals. At this point in the investigation, the Guthrie family, including siblings and spouses, has not been identified as suspects. It's back to the old language before he was definitive yesterday. So I don't know what to make of that. I know there's a lot of other reporting that said the FBI said, no, other reporters said their sources said that's not what we're doing. We're not clearing family yet. I also can report this from Arizona Family. Again, that's that brand that incorporates a couple of TV stations down in Arizona. Brianna Whitney posted this on X, quote, I asked the FBI if their agency agrees with and can confirm Pima County Sheriff's Department's elimination of the Guthrie family, including siblings and spouses, as suspects in Nancy's abduction, attributable to an FBI spokesperson. Quote, the FBI doesn't have anything to add to that. And I know Megan Kelly has an FBI source as well that said, nope, no, we're not. We're not clearing the family. So I don't know what the sheriff is doing. I'm not sure why he's yanking chains like that. Leads, he says this, investigators are still processing evidence from 2 search warrants executed last week. The individuals who were questioned have been released and no arrests have been made. As this investigation continues, you can expect to see similar activity. 2 search warrants that were executed last week. Okay, I am going to only guess here that there was a search warrant executed at the home on Friday night, just before Valentine's Day on the 13th, right? It kept us up till 4 a.m. And then there was another warrant executed on a silver Range Rover, same night, same time, same group of people over at a restaurant parking lot. Guy was detained, he was in cuffs, he was questioned, he was let go. Those would be 2 different warrants. You can't tow a car if you don't have a warrant. You can't search a car if you don't have a warrant. You can't open it up and start looking around unless you have like serious probable cause right there on the scene that there's something that's dangerous or illegal, then you can open it up. But it doesn't mean that the third guy, Carlos, from a couple weeks ago, he was the first guy who was, raided and then detained and then let go. I don't think that is this, because I don't think that was a warrant. I still don't think it was a warrant. Nobody could find a warrant for that. And also, the language that the sheriff used was so weird. Court authorized search, which to me meant the courts are allowed to search if there's probable cause to think Nancy's inside. You can just bust that door down. That's what I thought happened with Carlos's search, but I'm just reading his language for you. You can decide. Okay. The Pima County Sheriff's Department has not confirmed the number of leads investigators are actively pursuing. Regarding gun shops, investigators are canvassing businesses and showing the doorbell video released by the FBI to determine whether the suspect appears familiar. Well, you might be doing more than that because Brian Entin was reporting fully yesterday that there are 40 different photos and names that are being carried around by the FBI into various gun shops. And they're asking, have you seen these guys? Have they been in your store? Have they made a purchase? And so this is the way the Pima County Sheriff decides to respond, that they're canvassing businesses and showing the doorbell video. Well, for Christ's sake, you know what? I'll tell you something. You're going to see an interview with a gun shop owner who said, oh yeah, they showed me pictures and gave me names. And I told them what I'd seen and what I hadn't. So this is just bullshit. And then he doubles down with Brian Entin on an interview and starts taking the piss out of Brian Entin. Again, you go after Brian Entin, you lose Entin, you lose Cronkite, and you lose the country. You got to be a little older for that. Okay, regarding press briefings and interviews, say it with me, everybody. There are currently no press briefings scheduled should a significant develop occur. Press briefing will be announced, media will be notified, blah, 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 blah. Here's the second statement. This one came out later. DNA. The DNA that was submitted to CODIS was from the set of gloves found 2 miles away. It did not trigger a match in the National CODIS database and did not match DNA found at the property. The DNA found at the property is being analyzed and further testing needs to be done as part of the investigation. Investigators are currently looking into additional investigative genetic genealogy.
Okay, I'm going to skip by this part because this part bores me now about the whole glove thing. Honestly, I really don't feel like the glove has anything to do with the Nancy Guthrie case, but I also know that it will familial IgG will be done on this glove regardless. Same with the touch DNA. So I will move forward a little bit on this part. The one thing I can tell myself, at least by being left-handed, is that when you watch the video of the perpetrator, so obviously my left hand is my dominant hand. When you see him trying to kind of go for the nest cam, you see his left hand be the most, helpful. But what struck me more so was when he went to go get that foliage from the yard, he bent down with his left hand first, like to do the picking. And that tells me that he is left-handed. Because again, you're going to use your most dominant hand. Your brain instantly goes to your more dominant hand, and you'll see that he uses his left hand. So I think that, to me, one of the additions that possibly, with this suspect is that, to me, he's left-handed. by the different accounts of, but especially going down to pick up that foliage. Trust me, like I said, I can use both hands, but your predominant hand, your brain takes over, and he's using his left hand to grab it. So that tells me he is left-handed, this perpetrator at the door, let alone the way he went to use his right hand, but uses his left hand for the Nest cam as well. So I just wanted to point that out because I think that that's important too when they're looking at the suspect. Is he, what hand is he? And to me, that again is going to be left-handed. And I don't think that's a shocker, but I don't know how many people noticed when he went to go pick up the foliage, which hand he, used as his primary hand there. Oh, hi, Melissa. Well, again, probably the thing that obviously anyone, that puts a gun exactly where it is like that, maybe it's, again, right? Maybe wasn't even his to begin with. Maybe it was part of the other person that had, I can't see this gun being a legit gun that, this seems like a hot gun to me, right? The whole thing about the gold thing, where the gun, there's more to show that he's left-handed than this gun that has a holster, so if I went and played golf, people might think I'm right-handed because I learned to golf right because clubs were mostly right-handed type of thing. And so they might deem me. But again, it's, being left-handed myself, you guys know when you guys go to go do something, your dominant brain over here is what kind of does things. You're not going to think, oh, well, you know what? I think I'm going to trick the camera and I'm going to go down with my left hand. No, it's because predominantly a left-handed person is going to pull and use their strength from their dominant hand. So on that, we already heard about that this is a right-handed, type of pistol and stuff like that. Again, putting that gun inside of that polyester polyethylene gun holder, and the way it's positioned, tells me that perhaps, somebody, like I said, it's a hot gun and possibly somebody else had purchased that holster, or maybe that holster only came right-handed. Most things are sold still primarily right-handed, but even though I guess you could have, twisted it around to be the other way, but I think I feel like that gun, regardless, I think it was just for show. That when Nancy Guthrie say, open the door, I got a pew pew down here. Simple as that. I don't think that there was an intention to use it for the sake of, I'm going to blow her brains out type of thing. I think it was just simply put in the front for show of, I got a gun. That's how I see that. Anyways, so I'm just going to move past that part. Where is she at?
911. We do not track tips only. We've included related to the Nancy Guthrie case since February 1st.
I'll go to this.
Threat intake examiners.
I'll go to this
And
part.
here are some of the highlights from the investigative aspect of the interview. Take a look.
Now we find a glove. FBI says, well, we can send it to Quantico. And I said, well, you know what? Let's keep it all in one place. Let's just send it all to our lab. No, it is about keeping your evidence together in one spot. And when that report comes out, it goes to both agencies.
I know that you and the FBI were able to get those surveillance.
Melissa, I like I said, I just kind of read your comment there, but natural things happen. And him bending down with his left hand, to me, is more prevalent than how that gun is positioned, and maybe it's because in America, different thoughts because you guys are all about your guns out there and stuff versus in Canada. I look at it, what am I primarily seeing that would be more important than the gun facing a certain way, is the different times that he was using his left hand as his primary thing. So to me, that's going to override for me, in my opinion, about the gun facing as if it's towards a right person or whatever. Again, I think it was just more for show, probably not so much about it. But it's the actions that we're literally seeing of him bending down to pick up the foliage with his left hand tells me he's left-handed. If it was just one instance of him holding the door, or not the door, but trying to get the camera footage, but we're seeing a few instances about the left hand. So that's why that would be way more important to me to notice that, because those are physical actions of something that we typically do in life, to go use your predominantly hand versus if a gun is in a holster. Maybe I'm just not sure if maybe that's because, the United States is about guns and seeing that more so than the left or the primary hand being used, because again, guns in USA are totally different laws. You guys have them like like it's your under your pillow, like, what I mean? It's a whole different set of laws. So maybe that's primarily why you're focused on that, more so about the gun, just because, like I said, it's out there. It's like, again, that's like having a pair of underwear is like having a gun to me. A whole different set of things than in Canada here. But maybe that could be the reason. Is that why maybe you're focused on the gun more? Because of, like I said, having probably your own guns and stuff like that, and thinking that someone that would, that has a gun is going to, put it the right way to their hand. I don't know.
Anyway, photos off the camera in the front of the house.
Yeah.
Any progress on the other cameras? Can you do the same thing?
Boy, I'm hopeful. Here's what happened there. So we, of course, that camera we don't have, right? It was taken, removed from the scene, but we knew it existed. And we asked, I think it's Google, and asked Google, hey, what can you do with this? And we gave them the other cameras and asked the same. And they said, well, there's not a subscription here. And it is hard because it overwrites itself, right? I don't know how many hours, maybe it's every 36 or 72, whatever it does. But you know what, Sheriff, we'll try. Thank you. Away they went. So there's other cameras. Your question, will we get more? We've asked the Google, hey guys, can you do this? And they said the very same thing. Sheriff, we don't think we can get anything, but we'll try. And that's all we're hopeful. If you were the guy, if you were that monster, you should be worried. You should let her go. Just let her go.
Are you getting closer?
I think we are.
So when Brian's 10 minutes were up, the time to 10 minutes he was allotted, that's when the sheriff decided
up again, because you guys know that about the Scottsdale case that happened on the same day, where those two younger youths, they literally used a 3D printer for the gun that they made. It could be the case here as well. Very, very strange that basically that the same situation was happening in Scottsdale. But it was like a 16 and 17-year-old, trying to make money, but they literally used a 3D printer, right, to make that gun that they had. Who knows how real this one is? And I agree, spare time, and with the IP address, I haven't come across that. I'm sure it's there. I just haven't seen the news for that at the moment. You said I'm definitely a lefty. I'm a lefty, and it was definitely a lefty. And Lynn agreed, right? In my opinion, maybe he knew he didn't need the pew pew, so it didn't matter. Perhaps it's false robbery. Looking into it, and that's how I kind of feel about that. Is that was there for show. That basically, I got it. You know how people are. They don't know if it's a fucking dollar store, little gun, they just see gun and think it's real regardless. You're going to shit your pants the minute you realize that somebody has a gun, regardless if it's like a freaking water gun that looks like a real gun and stuff like that. But I believe, because nobody wears a gun like that. Okay. Nobody puts their gun like that I've ever seen. But I've always thought that gun was there for show, to basically put the scare into Nancy that particular day. And
to pick a fight with Brian Entin. Dude, read the fucking room. The whole country loves Brian Entin. That guy can do no wrong. And the sheriff decided that he was pissed off about a graphic that went up on News Nation last night. And he had it on his phone. Okay. And when Brian even came in for the interview, he's like, I've got questions for you too, Brian. And so this graphic was on the sheriff's phone. And he starts grilling Brian Entin about the graphic that News Nation put up on the air last night, which effectively just listed line by line all the missteps that the Pima County Sheriff has had in this Nancy Guthrie investigation. So take a look at this graphic. Its headline is Pima County Sheriff Department Investigation Mistakes. And it starts this way. Delayed FBI assistance. That's a bit questionable because the FBI said it, but the sheriff said it didn't happen. Crime scene released quickly. Well, the sheriff copped to that. Missed the roof camera. They did. It had to be taken off days later. Delayed thermal imaging plane. No grid search done. Unaware of the Guthrie family videos. Well, we know that because it was apparently the sheriff's wife who had to tell him that the Guthries had recorded a video to the alleged kidnappers who were, demanding ransom. Blocked the FBI from evidence. That's a bit questionable because it's not that they were blocked. The sheriff just sent the evidence to the lab they always sent it to in Florida, and the FBI arrived the next day. So it's not necessarily, maybe that's not so accurate. And then no clear investigation lead. A lot of the people on the ground said they weren't sure who was leading the investigation, the feds or the sheriff. Those were the guys reporting to Brian Entin that. Backtracking statements. Jesus, I mean, are you kidding me? Backtracking statements every day. There are statements that are unclear and backtrack. And then wrongly detaining a man. Not sure if he was wrongly detained. Certainly a man was detained. And it looks like he might not have anything to do with it. That's that Carlos fellow from Rio Rico. Okay. So he has that graphic on his phone. And he's like seething. I guess he's been watching a lot of TV and he didn't like that. And so he decided to go after Brian Entin. The Brian Entin. Yeah. The guy that you and I and everybody else in America absolutely loves. Like he's our generation's Cronkite. And if you lose Cronkite, Sheriff Nanos, anyway, here's how that all went down. Take a look.
You're fair in your questions today.
Okay.
I thought that the post on last night that I received of what you guys displayed on your screen of faults from this department, not one, not two, not some, every single one of those can be disputed, that they're completely without any factual basis to them. And that inaccuracy, I would think your team, your producers and network would want to resolve.
Okay, I don't think that's going to go over well. I just don't think attacking Brian Entin is going to win you any any candy boxes or flowers. But then something else happened. A Fox reporter was in there, got his 10 minutes and asked the question about the 40 photographs and names that were being taken around by the FBI to all those gun shops, right? Here is one of the gun shop employees. I'm not sure if he's an owner or an employee, but he was there and Fox interviewed him about the FBI being there. And here's what he said. Take a look.
He had given me a paper list of people that had pictures and names on it. And he wanted to know if I could help him pull up in my system if any of these people have purchased a gun in the last year.
And from there, how did you respond? Can you kind of go more into that based on your comfort level?
Based on my comfort level, originally I was a little skeptical, but then, I feel bad for the family of, I forgot the lady's first name, but the Guthrie case, I felt bad for the family, and honestly, anything that could help them find the person, I was willing to help. So I said that I'd be willing to help, and it was about 3 pages. And the way that our system is set up is we type in the last name of the person, and it usually brings up all their information: first name, last name, phone number, address, all of that. And I went through the 3 pages. There was probably 6 or 7 names. There were 6 or 7 people per sheet. And so I just went through each sheet, all 3 sheets, and I typed in the last name, and nothing popped up. And the thing that I just noticed the most was that the last names, we're pretty familiar with our customers. So I could look at the names and be like, okay, yeah, that person might have been in here before. But honestly, the last names are really uncommon. So like I was typing in the last names. I was like, I don't recognize this one. I don't recognize that one. And so I just went through the 3 sheets, typed them all in, and none of those people had ever been here.
How many names and photos total?
To be honest, I don't remember the exact number of names per sheet, but it was 3 papers. And I want to say that there was probably 6 to 8 people per sheet. They had photographs and they had names, and it was 6 to 8 per sheet.
You had mentioned beforehand too that you noticed something when looking through the photographs. Can you kind of go back into that?
Yeah, so I mean, the FBI agent didn't tell me why he was here, other than just he wanted to know if somebody or any of these people that he had on the papers had purchased a gun from us. But as I was looking at the sheets, because I had watched the video on the news of the kidnapper, sticking bushes in the camera, and it showed his face, and even though he was wearing a ski mask, you could sort of see the outline of his goatee, his mustache and everything. So I was able to look at the photos that he was showing me, and I told the FBI agent, I was like, I'm no investigator, but my intuition is telling me based on how these people's facial hair looks like, it looks like the guy that was on camera at that house doing the kidnapping. And he honestly kind of just smirked and took a deep breath, and he was like, yeah, that's why I'm here. He was like, we're going to be going to different gun shops, checking to see if any of these names that I'm showing you here, any of these people have purchased a gun in the last year. And so my intuition was right. That's what he was here for. And then so I just went on to check on our system to see if any of those people that were on the sheet had been in here to buy a gun. But unfortunately, none of them had. Okay, so there's somebody saying that the FBI has been there and showed him pictures and names, and he's trying to.
So I'm going to leave that there because that's bottom line is, you know, she's basically going to talk about Nanos, who's like denying it. And again, to me, he's saying correct. You know, not you again. Wait, none of these have been there. Correct. Now, don't forget, they're going to all the different gun shops. It won't shock me that none of those people were like faces that he had seen or were in his system, you know, as being at his particular shop. But he did say, like, I believe that there was like 6 to 8 per sheet. There was 3 sheets. So at best, there's 24 shots, photo shots. This isn't going to be no back to back. Like, here, let me just flip over the next one here. To me, I'm seeing this as like 3 sheets. One, flip it over, see more names and photos, flip that one over, 3 sheets. So I'm thinking maybe less than what was stated as 40 myself. It's the weirdest thing. Sheriff's never been there, but the pool folks showed up. The sprinkler guy showed up. The gardener showed up. It's a crime scene. He's sus as fuck. Could the gun have been stolen? Well, that's what I mean, right? I believe that the gun is probably a hot gun, right? So I don't think that like if they found the gun that it's gonna go, oh well, let's see, this person purchased it, you know, type of idea. I think it's gonna be one of like a hot gun, probably the serial, whatever, you know, scraped off of it or whatever. And anyway, so I'm gonna stop this one here with Ashley Banfield. So from Drop Dead Serious, of course. And I'm gonna go to Brian Entin's video that had come out. I was gonna show about the polygraph stuff, you know, as well, but I'm going to let's see here. Where's Brian Entin's 1 hour ago? Okay, let's do that. Okay, Brian Entin. Now we can put up his thing in a second.
Show. I really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. This is now Wednesday, the latest on the Nancy Guthrie investigation. New information about polygraphs and also the FBI talking to officials in Mexico. I'm going to get into all of that in this episode. I also wanted to show you guys all these flowers out front, outside Nancy's house. There's been a ton more showing up, mostly, gosh, there's so many, mostly yellow, you can see here. So just sad to see a lot more of the neighbors have been coming out. So I'm going to get into all the latest developments that happened today in this episode of Brian Entin Investigates. All right, hey guys, so I'm here outside Nancy Guthrie's house. I wanted to give you guys the latest developments. First of all, I was able to confirm that they are using polygraphs when it comes to clearing people in the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and that it's been going on for a while. I'd actually heard about it for a while, but I was able to finally report it today just based on the sources that I was talking to. And this is pretty common in other cases that I've covered. You know, polygraphs, essentially lie detector tests, are not admissible in court, but law enforcement, the FBI, will use them behind the scenes during the investigation just to clear people. And so that is happening in this case, and I'm told they have used polygraphs to clear people in the Nancy Guthrie case. So that's new. The other thing is this Mexico element. The FBI is now confirming that they are having conversations and in touch with authorities in Mexico when it comes to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Remember, Mexico is not far from Nancy's house where I am right now. It's like 50, 60 miles. It's like an hour to an hour and a half away. And it's very easy to get into Mexico. All the checkpoints really are when you're leaving Mexico for the most part. So it makes sense why they would be in touch with officials in Mexico. The sheriff has said that they have no evidence that Nancy was taken to Mexico, but at the same time, they don't seem to have any evidence that she wasn't taken to Mexico. And I'm going to get into that more with my guest in a second. I've actually got someone on today who is a former FBI agent in Tucson and worked with the Mexicans and can really tell us. He actually seems to think it's very possible that Nancy was taken south and maybe across the border, and he's going to explain why and how that would change the investigation. So that's coming up in a second. So I also wanted to reach you this is the latest official update that the sheriff's office just sent out a little while ago. So in terms of DNA, they say investigators are currently analyzing biological evidence found at Nancy Guthrie's residence. DNA profiles are currently under lab analysis. The number of profiles and other related details remain part of the active investigation. No further information will be released at this time. We know that they are now doing the investigative genetic genealogy, which I've told you guys about, which is a big deal, but it takes time. That's what cracked the Brian Kohberger case. Tips, of course, they're still asking for tips. There was an anonymous donation today of $100,000. So the donation has gone up. This is in addition to the $100,000 reward from the FBI. So of course,
Melissa, I just want you to point out, Melissa, look what primary hand is actually like, kind of like coming out near the gun there. That would be his left hand. His left hand. Yeah. He probably, I still think that this guy is like not a career, criminal of kidnapping and stuff like that. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out because you can kind of see in the picture there.
Of course, if anyone knows anything, the reward is now up to $200,000. They're saying that the sheriff's office has received various requests for confirmation of various topics, including working with Mexican authorities, utilizing polygraph tests, specific video surveillance requests, financial analysis, and they're saying they're not confirming or releasing any details regarding those topics. So they're not going to comment on some of the stuff that I've confirmed, essentially, they're saying they do not share any information about SWAT activity.
Your gut feeling.
There was a call this afternoon that was not related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And a few of you had been messaging me about that on Instagram. Some of you guys listen to the scanners and are like, oh, I heard about a SWAT call. That SWAT call wasn't related to Nancy Guthrie. Trust me, if something is related to Nancy Guthrie and I find out about it, you guys know I'm going to be all over it. And I've got really good sources now. But the SWAT call today was not related to Nancy Guthrie. And there were no official briefings today. You guys remember the sheriff did a ton of interviews yesterday with a lot of media, including me. Everybody got 10 minutes. But today there's been no official briefings from the sheriff's office. I'm joined now by Jeff Cortese. He is a former FBI agent, retired special agent. He worked assignments in New Orleans and also in Tucson, which is obviously where I am. He's a SWAT operator, member of the Public Corruption and Southwest Border Violence Squad. So you're the perfect guy for us to talk to right now, because we confirmed that the FBI is now communicating with Mexican authorities regarding the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And that's the most we were able to get from our FBI sources. What do you make of that? And what do you think that means?
Well, I'm not the least bit surprised, to be honest with you. The proximity of Tucson to Mexico certainly lends itself as an escape route, if you will.
Okay, somebody help me out here. What the fuck is on his forehead? At first I'm thinking like a bad green screen kind of thing. What the fuck? Oh. That's to do with an Ash Wednesday thing? Okay. It's a birthmark. Now, I don't know that that's a birthmark. It doesn't look like a birthmark. I would believe more it's an Ash Wednesday thing. He's doing Lent. I gotta see this shit. Okay, hold on. I gotta see this. Ash Wednesday Lent. I'll put it on forehead. Let's see what the fuck comes up for that. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I agree. It's this crossy thing that's to do with the ash. All right. Fuck, had no idea about that shit. It's for Ash Catholic, not Catholic. Had no idea. I've heard of Ash Wednesday. Does that count? Yeah.
If I'm being candid, if it were me and I was planning an abduction in Tucson,
At least
I
now
would
I
either
know.
Stay in Tucson, or I would go south. The further away from the border that you move, moving away from the border, you're going to face more scrutiny than going towards the border. In all likelihood, based on the timeline as we understand it, it would be, they'd be far into Mexico if that was their desired route before anyone even knew she was gone. It's a 60 miles, 65 mile, hour and a half, hour change, depending on traffic, et cetera. But easy route out. Relative to, the other options going north, south, east, or west, or northeast or west, you're going to potentially expose yourself to more checkpoints, which is more scrutiny.
And is the Nogales crossing, isn't it? Is that the one that's closest?
Yes.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years, but I was doing a story down there and I went in and I remember I walked in. And going into Mexico was very easy. I remember when I came back out, you know, there was CBP and there was a metal detector, and you know, you had to show your ID and that kind of thing. But I think I remember just walking right in when you went into Mexico.
Yeah, getting into Mexico is going to be, for the most part, much easier than coming into the United States. There are at times random checkpoints that are set up for people who are departing the United States into Mexico, but by and large, it's going to be a much easier transition from the US to Mexico than vice versa.
So would it be relatively easy for someone to get Nancy in? I mean, keeping in mind that she's 84, you know, she's not going to be able to walk in. Like, she doesn't have that kind of mobility. If you had her in the car, how difficult would that be?
I wouldn't expect that to be very difficult to drive in there at all. Obviously, when you're dealing with somebody who's a little bit more advanced in age, there are other physical issues that captors would have to consider, but none of that should preclude them from being able to seamlessly get into Mexico, in my opinion.
And once across the border, I mean, I guess you could take her anywhere. I mean, I guess that's
yeah.
why
I mean,
you're
at that point, it
not
depends
doing
on it depends on what their intentions are. It depends on what contacts they have. It depends on if they're from Mexico, if they're working with people in Mexico, or if it's just if they're working in isolation. So, you know, there are a lot of factors, but you know, they have access to the country and the ability to move around. So I'm not the least bit surprised that we've made contact. I'm sure that we're working with our legat office down there in Mexico, tapping our sources, anything we can do to identify possible route of travel.
What is our relationship like with Mexico when the FBI says that they're communicating with Mexico now? Like, what does that mean on the back end?
You know, I'm not going to say that it's without challenges, because there are challenges, but we do have a very good working relationship with Mexico. Obviously, politics can play a factor in the when it gets to the media and whatnot. But when it comes to law enforcement, you know, nothing is quite as easy as working with our own people within the United States. Obviously, you're dealing with international elements. You're dealing with law enforcement in Mexico. You know, we do have a good working relationship with them. It's not going to be perfect, but we've done great things down there. I think the Brian Entin Investigation is a good example of that. I was in Tucson at the time. Followed only about a month later by the Gabby Giffords mass shooting with Jared Lochner. But, you know, our FBI investigators, it took some time, but they were able to track down the shooter into Mexico and bring him back here for justice. So nobody's out of reach, but it does, you know, involve a little bit more diplomacy, I think, amongst our, you know, interested parties.
And my mind might just be kind of scrambled right now because I've been working so much around the clock. But when you said the Brian Terry, remind me what that was again. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Forget the exact year. It was in December. I think it was 11 or 12, 11, 10. It was a CBP BORTAC officer who was working with a team in the desert south of Tucson. They were, as I understand it, they were looking for RIP crews that were stealing dope off of those who were importing it into the United States. But they were very violent. And the BORTAC unit that Brian Terry was part of encountered one of these teams. A shootout ensued, and he was unfortunately, his life was unfortunately taken.
And the FBI was able to track down the shooter?
Well, you know, it was a massive effort immediately following. There were SWAT teams from all over the region that were involved in scouring the desert, looking for any indication where these individuals might have gone. And our investigators over the following months were able to, through, you know, various investigative resources, identify the shooter and have them returned to the United States.
So, I mean, you obviously know Tucson because you worked in the FBI here. When you
Yes.
said that if you were the abductor, you think that they would either go south. Why do you say stay in Tucson?
Well, I think if you're transporting somebody, it's just, you know, personal opinion. I wouldn't want to deal with the potential of the different checkpoints that surround Tucson. There are a lot of checkpoints and in and around Tucson, and so if I'm not going south, I'm probably going to try my luck to stay put. That's obviously, I'm not suggesting that is de facto what happened. I'm just opining on how I might consider the approach. But again, it also depends on the motivation of the individuals who are involved. And at this point, I think it's a little bit difficult to say for sure.
Yeah, and when you say that, the reason it piqued my interest is because the two SWAT operations that we've seen happen were pretty close to Tucson, you know, potential people of interest, which doesn't seem like
Sure.
they're panned out at this point. But the one was in Rio Rico, which is like an hour away. And then the other one
on
was
its way down.
Yeah, the other one was just 2 miles from Nancy's house, which when I interviewed the sheriff yesterday, I asked him, does that indicate that you believe the suspect is still close? And he didn't really give a clear answer, but he didn't say no. So I don't know. The sense does seem to be that this person could be close by.
I mean, the possibility, I think, in terms of probabilities, those are my two high probability responses. At the end of the day, human behavior being what it is, you know, you have to leave open the possibility that, you know, people are going to do things that are outside of what would be normal behavior. Maybe they'd be willing to take a chance. Maybe they had a route, you know, through rougher terrain that allowed for avoiding checkpoints. You know, I think they have to take the approach of anything as possible at this point. They got to look at the most probative evidence, and they have to follow that to its natural end.
So many people are saying this guy seems like an amateur. based on the video, the way the gun, like it's like the wrong gun for the different holster. And, he tries to cover the camera with like grass at first before pulling it. But I was thinking on my drive this morning to Nancy's house, I mean, all the experts are saying that, but he's so far kind of outsmarted the cops from what we know. I mean, they're saying he's an amateur, but at the same time, he's kind of pulling it off at this point.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. I don't know how much. I think Joe Citizen is just a little bit more savvy about criminal behavior than he or she used to be, if for no other reason than the number of documentaries and true crime shows. I mean, people are smarter than they used to be about how to evade detection because of some of just open source information that exists. I think those are reasonable questions about, the location of his holster. Is that how a professional would wear a gun or use a gun? Does that mean, okay, so maybe he's not a regular gun toter, but maybe he is a regular in terms of breaking into locations, right? So he just might be an amateur when it comes to using a weapon. I don't know the answers to those questions, but I do think that there's a lot of information out there, the true crime movies, and even to the extent where I think there's, the CSI effect, right? Where there's this belief that that law enforcement can pull evidence out of thin air in many cases. That could ramp up somebody's sensitivity even more and make them more prepared for criminal activity, even if they aren't super experienced. And Tucson's a unique area in and of itself because of the darkness of night. Boy, that is a real thing that a lot of people a lot of people do not understand and appreciate how dark that place gets. They have a couple of observatories nearby that I think they minimize and limit the light pollution to facilitate viewing from those observatories. It is darker than dark at night, and so not surprised that.
Quickly take a moment because this thing's going to go on for a bit here, but thank you, Susan. Thank you for all you do, Sunny. Well, thank you guys for all you do with helping to, share, care about a case, or cases and stuff like that. So thank you back and appreciate that. I just wanted to stop because obviously a video is a video, and that video is going to be there in a few seconds. So just take time to appreciate. Thank you. Actually, since I'm here, I'll thank Colleen earlier at the start of the live before live started. She did a $2 super chat. Miss Dog Lover, a constant of this channel, had done a $4.99. Charmaine gloating on her 38 months of being a member, but Miss Dog Lover still beats her. And Suzanne, I want to keep saying Susan, but it's Suzanne, if I'm saying that correctly. Yeah, I keep saying Susan first when I see that, but thank you so much, you guys. Okay, so, I think this guy, talks, makes sense. Again, what they're saying, just thoughts, right? And I agree about the whole true crime that because of the source, the source of the internet and the ability, especially with AI, that you can literally sit there and type to AI, how to not get caught, what are your best, scenarios or answers for not getting caught, what items would you use, what items wouldn't you, just all that stuff. I do think that ability to have a lot more knowledge, and anyone that brings a cell phone is an idiot, unless it's anyone that brings a cell phone when you're committing a crime, to me, is just a fool nowadays. So unless of course maybe burner phones, but even then, right, they can ping off the numbers off of a cell tower, trace them back and stuff like that. But usually cell phones are to someone's demise almost all the time when it comes to cases nowadays. You said, Lynn says, in my opinion, yeah, true. They are pulling it off so far. Right, they're pulling it off so far. Maybe he wants people to think he's no good at this, I don't think that he's a typical gun handler myself. I think it's someone that is getting paid to do this, or part of it, and they've hatched a plan, and that he's the one that is going to, like I said, this is a money motivated, to me, opportunity. I still don't know that I buy these ransom notes. Again, I've talked about this throughout the live about that. It's just, it doesn't come off as a professional thing that they're just looking for ransom money. There's no proof of life. It's just, it comes off like it's just amateur hour is what it feels like. In pops Parasite 1, then Parasite 2 comes along. Oops. Then all this time later, there's Parasite, number 1 again, claiming that, no proof of life or anything. Like, if you truly wanted this money and you're money motivated, right? A true kidnapper doesn't play these fucking games. They don't play games like this. Why would they play this long game of, you know what? We're just going to hold out for a week and a half. Then we're going to ask for another ransom, but this time in crypto and stuff like that, and maybe it ties together somehow, but between the guy at the door, and this whole ransom thing, who knows where the truth lies. I just feel like I said, I watch tons of true crime myself. And I think to most people, this whole ransom thing is just starting to look really ridiculous. No proof of life at all. Show me proof of life. I ain't paying fuck all unless you show me proof of life. So this doesn't just come off like, some professionals that are typical kidnappers that would play this type of stupid game. In my opinion, just look how some of these cases are making it look so much confusion is working. Absolutely. I believe it's a hit. Spare Time says. I also believe it has everything to do with Savannah, and it very much could, or it might not. It might just be the fact of, again, someone in it for the sake that, like maybe partially to do with Savannah, in the sense that they know Savannah has money, that Nancy Guthrie, lives in a good home there, even though too big to me for one person myself, but whatever. It's her life. She liked it out there. Who knows where the truth lies? I think it will come to fruition, the answers, but it's just good to keep taking time. We don't know. Yeah, it just comes across like that, I'll just say ugh, because it doesn't make sense. Handing out a ransom 2 days later, and then, then Parasite 2 comes into it, another ransom note, and they're playing this game through the media, right? Like, kind of like the ransom note basically today is like, well, we want it in crypto and we want pretty much just as much money. But you know what? Unfortunately for you, TMZ, you're our news go between us and the FBI, and like playing this game. That's just not, to me, how professionals are do this. Again, it's like Parasite 2 puts out another one. No money's going to him. Where's the game there? The next thing you know, pop goes another weasel, right? With this one, different IP address, but probably the same people of the first one and second one. And it's just like, oh, let's just pop up again, offer another ransom, basically including in this note. You can tell it's like, this is what we're going to do to Nancy. Like, fuck off, bitches, and sit there and give proof of life. If this is anything legit whatsoever, but it's not. It's just not. This is like I said, like amateur hour to me personally. Who knows what the truth is, but it's like a wicked game of like Dumb and Dumber. It's like watching Dumb and Dumber, Parasite 1 and Parasite 2. Okay, your turn, tag. Now your turn to send another ransom note. I tried to siphon some money to see if they would, fall for a little portion of it, at least get something, play this freaking game. Yeah, so it just does not come off at all as this is like serious people trying. I don't know. That's why I kind of find it hard that maybe Savannah involvement is more so about the money side of it, because that they could, I don't know, honestly. But I just feel like this whole ransom thing, for me, I'm just like, yawn at this point, right? If you don't pay, then you got to give us $6 million. Then everything goes silent. Then Parasite 2 comes out. I'll give you a name. I'll tell you where she is. I won't take any of the, I won't, take any of the money out until you guys, arrest this person. But the telling thing with that was number 4, note number 4 from Parasite 2 was, I was told to shut up, right? Okay, so then you obviously would have inside information and knowledge of this. So now to me, you're attaching yourself to knowing these people, but you were told to shut up, but yet you're going to send these notes to TMZ. And after you said you were going to, stop sending them, like, this is my last attempt. Here, let me send, note number 3. Let me explain why I'm going against my second note that said this was my last note, type of thing, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, oh, well, now you guys are offering 100,000, and these are all my reasons. Again, you're a piece of shit scumbag, no matter what, regardless of it all. Anyone that tries to siphon money out of a case, in a sense, is just a big piece of shit in life. And you know what? May fucking hell hockey sticks there. Like I said, reap what you sow, and may karma be a bitch and come back to bite you in the ass for all these, leeches. Anyone that literally, like to claim their reward legitly and have a vital piece of information, but it just shows you that you're shady, you're a piece of shit, that, again, whatever wicked, stupid game you're playing, it's just insane that these people, whether it's legit or not, exist in this world. And like I said, I'm a big believer of karma and stuff like that. But again, you're going to sit there and say you were told to shut up, but yet you got all this information. You don't think then they know who you are and that you would be pretty much have a bullet to the head or something like that, right? If you even attempted to give that information, but yet you have all this information. It's just ridiculous. And again, then next thing you know, it's like, well, I'm not getting anywhere. That was my 4th note. Oh, well, Ransom people number 1, Parasites, come on in. Your turn again. That's what it feels like. And yeah, why TMZ? TMZ, I feel like these people that obviously watch TMZ, they kind of TMZ reminds me of like, the National Enquirer, Star Magazine, kind of like, the celebrity, juice and gossip and all that shit, right? I feel like whoever is behind any of this is people that actually watch TMZ. Thanks, Tom Lou.
A Tom Lou 2023 super chat. $5 here, awesome.
Same UG.
Thank you, Sunny, for your channel. Kissing face emoji. And Maz, also, you all have big hearts. 2 hearts emoji. Revolving hearts emoji. Red heart emoji. Heart suit emoji.
Thank you, Tom Lou. Appreciate that, you guys. For me, I just any cases that are very like intriguing. So I've been watching this case, although I never did any lives. Since the day that it happened, I've been very invested because any case that strikes me as odd, that there's just weirdness to it, catches my attention, like Jack and Lily's case, Sebastian Rogers' case, Nicola Bully's case, Suzanne Morphew case and stuff like that. Anything where I feel like that there's, lies and BS and shit going on, and that the truth, and then these always turn into shit like this, where it gets diluted with all different things coming out and your head begins spinning, because obviously, like this is one of the weirdest ones for sure, because typically we don't hear about someone being kidnapped and then ask for this ransom money. So this one has played out, somewhat differently and all that. I know, wait, was it a text or a letter? Harvey says both, right? At one point he says email. Another point he says letter. When he says letter, is he referring to it as email, but he uses the term letter, because I'm thinking it's the same thing. I'm thinking it's an email. I don't think doofus number 1 is going to be sitting there writing, dear TMZ Harvey. I'm not seeing it. Nobody's going to risk that and it doesn't make sense. So I believe that when he says letter versus email, that it's one of the same, to be honest with you. That's just my personal opinion. Anyways, and absolutely, in a short period of time, this is, a never ending nightmare. Again, I'm sure like you guys, right? You're just trying to put your thoughts logically, like how this can make sense. Like, how do we make sense of, the guy at the door, what he's wearing, a full backpack, is there another intruder with him that's on the side that goes to the back, of the home, and he's at the front of the home, honestly, it's hard kind of for me to believe, like, not that it's not, but it is hard for me to believe that only one person is at that home. um Usually I would think that this is more of a duo situation, at least, when it involve, if this is a kidnapping. um I can't really usually see that. It's just one person, that if it's something to do with a kidnapping and wanting money out of this, I don't know. I see one person at the back, him at the front more so. Could be wrong, but just when it comes to a kidnapping versus a robbery, I see one person typically versus two. But for some reason, a kidnapping, in my head, I feel like more there's a couple of people involved in this, and one maybe kicked in the back door there. This guy is at the front, and then he ends up letting him in. I don't know. Again, it's a mystery, but I think that this mystery will come to fruition. So going back to playing this,
You don't see have a lot of witnesses coming forward saying they saw vehicles driving away. If you're driving with your lights off, boy, you could go through neighborhoods and never be known.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling people who haven't been here. The neighborhood, Nancy's neighborhood, is just pitch black at night.
Yep.
If there's a full moon, you get the light from the moon. But I mean, everyone's like,
Any
"Well,
cloud cover and you lost that.
yeah," and everyone's asking about ring cameras. I'm like, they're not going to see anything. It's so dark. Even driving out here at night is,
Yep.
and there's all the dips. So like, it's hard. It's kind of crazy.
Yes.
You've been driving
Very
around
mountainous
here.
terrain,
Yeah.
very hilly terrain, very rough terrain. Evidence collection is going to be difficult. Eyewitnesses are going to be hard to find. Very difficult. I think. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, and the other thing is, a couple of the local law enforcement people I've talked to here said they don't think this looks like a cartel sort of thing. Like, it's too amateur. They would have pulled the camera right away. Since you worked those kinds of cases, do you agree?
So from my experience, having worked down there, and I was a little bit ago, what I would say, generally speaking, the cartels operate very different north of the border than they do south of the border. They're willing to do things south of the border that they're not as willing to do north of the border. Reason being is that they want to be able to conduct their business in the United States. They do not want the United States to get to raise their threat level against them. And so, the killings that I saw, the violence that I saw very frequently, if it was coming direct from the cartels, was going to be targeted to people who owed money, people who are in the business. They want to, for the most part, stay away from drawing unnecessary attention beyond what they already do. So I would be surprised that if they would have an interest. They're making plenty of money. This is a high profile figure. If it was discovered the cartels were involved, it's going to just raise the threat level against them and draw more attention than necessary. Never mind the fact that it did lack the professionalism that I would expect. They're very savvy. They're very patient. They're very good at what they do when they decide to do something.
Right. Yeah. Like, what would the motivation for them be? I can't think of it for this,
Right. High risk, very low reward from based on the information that we have at this point.
What else? So, I mean, just because you know Tucson and you lived here and you worked for the FBI here, and you've obviously been following this story, what is your theory? I mean, everybody asks me always, ask me what my theory is. And I've got a couple, but is there something that comes to mind to you where you're like, I bet this could be an explanation here of what happened?
I hesitate to posit a theory because at the end of the day, it's the evidence that's going to drive the investigation. And I think there are a lot of theories floating out there, and they can become distractions. What you have is a massive resource on the ground with the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Office. And I don't doubt for a second that they have teams of people who are brainstorming, chasing down all the various leads and looking for the most probative evidence. And like I said before, following it to its natural end. Any theory that I might pose is not something that they haven't already thought of and isn't something that they're not in the process of chasing down, and can only, I think, just ultimately be a distraction that I don't want to.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Is there anything that stood out to you as particularly unusual?
Boy, the whole thing has elements of unusual.
Yeah.
you know, if you do this job long enough, you see all kinds of things. You engage with all kinds of people. You witness or investigate all types of crimes. I don't know that there's anything in and of itself outside of, you know, we're very limited. We have only the evidence that the government has allowed us to have. So to assume that we have everything would be, I think, naive of me, right? But if this was all the evidence, that would be shocking. That would be the shocking thing. And I just don't think that's the case.
Yeah, it seems like they had more, especially because of these SWAT raids that we've seen. That, and one at least we know was a federal search warrant, the recent one on Friday night. Can you explain a little? I mean, if it was a federal search warrant signed off by a judge, they must know something, right? They can't just go busting into someone's house, take the phone.
Right. No, absolutely.
Down. I mean, there's something we don't know here, right?
So this happened after, if I remember the timeline correctly, this happened after they posted the pictures. And those pictures, without question, we're going to tickle the tip line, if you will. We knew, watching this, those of us who have been there, knew that their tip line was going to go through the roof. They were going to start getting tips. Everybody's going to say, not everybody, you're going to get a lot of people who are going to say they recognize that person. I know that person's eyes. I spoke to this person the other day. They didn't really give me a good answer as to what they were doing between these hours. I called my ex-boyfriend at that time and he wasn't home. You're going to run the gamut of tips. And they're going to have to chase all that stuff down. You're going to have varying degrees of information. Some people are going to speak very emphatically about things that maybe aren't 100% true. And so the FBI and Pima County Sheriff's Office just has to chase down the most viable leads. And based on that information, could get sufficient evidence to justify, you know, a stop and a search, et cetera. So I mean, I'm not surprised at that. I think that's a natural result of tickling the tip line, as I said.
But is it unusual for them to do a federal search warrant, have the SWAT teams out there, just to? That's not just a follow up on a lead, is it?
No. That's an excellent point. So it's not just because somebody called in that they're going to start pulling over everybody that you know, a complainant called in about. They must or might have had additional information that led them to believe this was a viable subject. So yeah, it goes to our previous point that there's likely more information that exists out there that supported their ability to do those types of things and take that kind of law enforcement action. We
confirmed that they've been going to gun stores with 60 photos and 60 names, showing them the photos and the names. The 40.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, how did that? I think he's about to say 40 right now. He's like 60 photos. I'm like, wait, what the fuck? What happened to 40? Let alone I still can't equate that number based on what that one shop owner said about 3 pages. I'm sure it wasn't back to back of each of those, but I think he's going to correct himself here.
To 60. The number surprised me that it's that many.
You know what?
I still think
it just depends on how they're coming to those names and faces. What do we know? We know, at least from the public, what we know is we've got an individual who has an approximate height and weight. We've got clothing that is somewhat identifiable. The shoes, the pants, the jacket, the backpack, all of those things, items may be sold at multiple locations. They're going to basically be cross-referencing every component that they can to come up with potential names, right? Who may have bought this item and this item. And then from that, they're going to go then reasonably to gun shops. And I think what it shows is really how on the ground the FBI and Pima County sheriffs, like they are chasing these leads down and they're taking all the necessary steps to try to identify who these individuals might be.
There seemed to be a lot of surprise that there wasn't an arrest that resulted from this. And again, it was a big raid on Friday night. I mean, there was a lot of law enforcement. Is that typical? Did that surprise you?
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's just the nature of how some of these things go. Not every quote unquote SWAT hit or search warrant results in arrests. There are oftentimes you conduct a search warrant and you're doing that to collect more evidence, collect more information. Arrests may come later on down the road, but they didn't have sufficient evidence at that time necessarily to arrest anyone. So the fact that people were subject to the search and then released by itself does not make that suspicious in any way.
Are there a lot of ways, and I know it's harder to get into the U.S., but are there a lot of ways to get into Mexico without being noticed?
I asked the same thing on that one, Autumn. Apparently it's Ash Wednesday, and they put like a cross on their forehead. I said the same thing. Spare time. You know what's horrible is I see more coverage on Miss Guthrie here in Canada than I see the missing children across Canada. Well, I'll tell you for myself, honestly, Jack and Lily's case that I cover, and I still will be covering it, absolutely. But it just goes without saying. It's how it goes, right? Like for me personally, I personally was the only channel That was simply, unless Nancy was as well, that literally just covered Jack and Lily's case. I didn't veer off, even when there's times I could have easily have veered off onto other cases. This one intrigues me. Needed a break from Jack and Lily. I've talked to Belinda about that. Like, I know you're not say targeting me here, but just in general. And it's one of those things like, regardless of, like in Jack and Lily's case, bottom line is, Jack and Lily are not forgotten about. The Nova Scotia, police and the crime scene unit and stuff like that out there, they're still looking for answers, whether we're doing a live on it or not, type of idea, right? I've spent, taken a break a little bit since Christmas, done a few lives on Jack and Lily, just for my own health, right? When you're dealing with just situations every day that you're like, I work at a job that I have to deal with problem solving for customers every single day. And it's not that it's not like one of those things like, oh, I'm happy today, I'm just calling in to say how great you guys are. No, it's a lot of people that are, needing help, needing IT issue fixes and stuff like that. And it's very draining in itself. So my personality, I like to joke around. I like comedy. I'm just more of a, happy-go-lucky. So to deal with, say, negativity in a sense of, like I said, my job in customer service doesn't entail like, the happiest folks in the world. And it's very draining mentally every day, right? And then to come home, working a full-time job and then do lives, like I did with Jack and Lily for like 7 months there straight, pretty much. It's very draining. It's very heavy on the heart, and it's very mentally exhausting, But at the end of the day, like in Jack and Lily's situation, like I said, doesn't matter if I really do a live or not on Jack and Lily, regardless. That case is known about. It's the bottom line of is the answers, just like in this case, the answers are going to come, and they're going to come in this form when the police, LE, FBI, and Canada, the crime unit, have answers, and that are still working on the case very hard to find those answers and stuff for Jack and Lily. And the same thing will happen here. These people, regardless, are working very hard to find answers for what happened to Nancy Guthrie. And the answers will come regardless if anyone's doing a live on this story or not. But we all know cases like this, high profile ones, and they capture people's attention. Definitely, it kind of has revived me, because honestly, I was feeling just very tired. If I don't do something genuinely from my heart, I can't just do a live to go, oh, you know what? I'm just going to do a live because I want to get more viewers. I want to get donations. I can't even think like that. I have to do a live because I have something that I want to say. Jack and Lily's case at this moment, myself, there's not much I want to say. There's not much I have to say besides regurgitating old shit. The next big pipe up for Jack and Lily's case will come March 2nd, just before that, because that's when everyone's going to get amped up with regards to Daniel Martel facing those separate charges, because he's not facing charges for Jack and Lily, because that case is part of it still going on, but he'll face the sexual assault, confinement, and those. And anyone that knows that case is wishing to see his ass put behind freaking bars and be charged and convicted by indictable offenses versus summary offenses and stuff like that. Might not even happen at all. Maybe he, there's not enough evidence, or the evidence, isn't strong enough and stuff like that, but we'll see. That's when it will amp up again. But this case in itself kind of revived me a little bit, because I was like, I know I've been following it since the start, haven't done a live, but it was pissing me off enough that I had stuff to say, you know. But anyways, any any coverage is good coverage regardless. But at the end of the day, the answers will always come from the police, FBI, LE, and all that, you know, knowing that they're always working on the case, whether I do a live or not, you know. Anyways, valid to protect your heart, MH Sunny. We are entitled to your work. An explanation. We aren't entitled to your work or explanation. Yeah. You know, like I said, I just do things from my heart. I do things because I'm never money motivated. I'm always about people, but obviously things that interest me as well, right? I mean, there's a shitload of cases out there all day long, you know, and thank goodness that there's lots of YouTubers and true crime and news that cover all the different ones. But I have to always do everything according to my morals, my heart, how I feel, and being genuine about it. Where other people, they're doing lives just because they're fucking raking a shitload of money and stuff like that, you know, out there because of the case and that, so be it. That's their prerogative too. It's just not my personal way. So like I have 34 people watching, you know, and you know, fair enough. People want to sit there and look at a camera that's facing down the road, you know, with 30K viewers watching and stuff. And I'm talking about obviously JLR, you know, boots on the ground. I just can't, like, I'll watch it for a while, but honestly, I couldn't sit there and stare at a camera, you know, for hours on end, looking at the same bushes and house. You know, I like to surf around, you know, and do stuff like that. But, you know, again, I'm not like, if people see this live and stuff like that, you know, great, you know, but obviously I'm not one of those ones that go, oh man, I only got 30 people watching or whatever. Well, I guess they better end the live. You know, it doesn't, no. It's about the interest of a case. I just learned that Kayla Day is related to Guthrie family. Yeah, that one has come out like days ago, actually, with that Deborah. That supposedly Kayla Day, Kayla Noel Day to be exact, that she is like the niece to Nancy Guthrie. You know, apparently, okay. Apparently her mom is Nancy Guthrie's, I guess, sister, which makes her the niece of Nancy Guthrie, you know, and then that's why we keep hearing about this Luke Daly, you know, that seems to have this criminal record of, I think, burglaries and different things like that. So, I mean, it won't shock me if behind all of this comes to fruition some sort of greed in the family involvement. I know a lot of people can't shake Tomato Guy, you know, and stuff like that. And I get it, you know. I mean, I don't know that I'm there anymore with Tomato Guy just because, you know, being cleared. And I think that something would have come to fruition, you know, and that the search that they did, you know, it wasn't like they gave a warrant. It was like they were, you know, the family's like, yeah, sure, come and do what you need to do type of thing. But at the start of the case, I was thinking Tomato Guy. But there's some connection here of knowledge to Nancy Guthrie. I don't think this is just some random abduction of Nancy Guthrie. I think that there has to be some knowledge of either somebody either within the family somewhere or somebody that knows of Nancy Guthrie that was like, you know, that knew that her daughter Savannah, so they must have money. But maybe it's, again, maybe something was overheard. Maybe somebody that, again, is close, works on the property, you know, told someone about Nancy Guthrie and how her house is inside and what, you know, items she had. And she became a prime target for, you know, these people, you know, hence maybe why this guy at the door, you know, is part of this plan with others and stuff. I don't know. I took time away from Lily and Jack case because I couldn't stand all the poor Malaya. Yeah, the poor Malaya bullshit. You know, fuck the poor Malaya bullshit in that case. Fuck poor Malaya, no poor Daniel, poor Jack and Lily, poor victims, right? Then they're absolute bullshit. I did I did watch Charmaine last night, and there's been some interesting stuff. Yeah, you know what? I haven't been watching any videos at all right now on Jack and Lily, because it's kind of been dormant. But I'll go check that out, because I think that there has been a few things going on in that at the end of the day. But to me, this is not poor Daniel the stepdad or Malaya the mother. Their fucking actions are weird, suspicious. Everything about this case, on their case, says that there's that the people on the property have involvement, just based on everything you're seeing. Whenever you need to lie in regards to 2 children missing, and you want to go hiding, you want to give this, and you want to be the stepdad and sit there and constantly lie and be full of bullshit and stuff like that. Again, that's because you have knowledge. That's because you're full of shit. But you know what? We have to let the justice system play out to give us the answer. But it's, again, when you watch something, when you watch a case, when people at all are lying, it's because they have knowledge. They know. So that's how that case is played out to me. And unless something ever shows me different, at the end of the day, they're pieces of shits, regardless. Okay, take away Jack and Lily missing. These are pieces of shits. As parents, as people, drug users in the house, neglect, abuse, all that stuff. They're pieces of shits. But anyways, if you don't know about the case, go check it out. Jack in Nova Scotia since May 2nd of 2025. Anyway, I'm talking too much here, and I gotta go to bed soon. So let me play out a little bit more of.
Just as there are a lot of ways into the United States from Mexico, the opposite is true as well. The Tucson sector has a lot of desert, a lot of open desert, but it's extremely rough terrain. I would be less inclined to think that they would try a more difficult trek through the desert with somebody in an advanced age, particularly knowing how easy it would be to probably just drive straight in. But that being said, there are ample opportunities to cross in without taking the main roads or walking through the POE.
I really appreciate Jeff for talking to me. It's interesting, with some of my retired FBI friends, they put me in touch with other friends of theirs, and they're like, oh, I know somebody here or there, and I know somebody who worked in Tucson, so it's kind of like becoming this network of people, and it's awesome that everybody's talking to me and giving me their insight, and I appreciate my first time interviewing Jeff.
Melissa posted the link. Melissa has made a whole file full of information on Jack and Lily, from all the news reports, pictures of Jack and Lily, Malaya, Daniel, everything to do with Jack and Lily's case. This isn't about like a speculation file. This is about the information, whether it's news reporting or things out of Daniel's mouth, Malaya's mouth, court papers, whichever. Okay. So anyone that's interested in it, just click on that and it will take you to the document. She's done an excellent job. We're talking about work that literally takes weeks, days, and to keep up with information and stuff like that, going on. We have Sebastian. I want to say this too. We have Sebastian Rogers case within 18th, so like 8 days here. 7 days truly. That's Sebastian Rogers, missing from his home in Hendersonville. Of course, why am I forgetting this all of a sudden? Oh my God, Melissa. Hendersonville. Where the fuck is Hendersonville again? Why am I drawing a blank? It's because I'm tired. Shit. Just put it in there because my brain just... Thank you. Tennessee. Thank you. It was like floating around my head and it just wouldn't come out. Anyways, yes, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Okay, Sebastian Rogers case. Another sad mystery case. But anyways, and she has a file for Sebastian Rogers as well. If anyone's interested in these cases, the ones that are mysterious, mystique, where you just feel like the truth isn't being told, but you don't know what happened, no answers and stuff like that. So I just want to put that out there. So file for Jack and Lily, file for Sebastian Rogers. Prayers to these beautiful babies, these beautiful people that deserve answers and stuff like that. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Suzanne, Sonny, you're on a great channel, and you can always tell what you report is from your heart. Glad I'm you know, I'm glad for the right people that see that, besides the people that are ignorant and whatever. Like I said, I can spot a genuine person a mile away, just like I can spot, you know, a BSer or a full of shitter a mile away and stuff like that, you know. And to me, it means a lot when people do say that, you know, that it's just that you see the genuineness behind this channel, who I am, you know, not into the bullshit and stuff like that, just into reporting facts, talking about the cases, and just being genuine and honest in me as a person, right? Because I have to live with myself, right? I couldn't do things. I could sit there and be a clickbaiter. I can sit there and do a lot of things if I wanted to. I just don't work that way. And I refuse to work that way. You know, I'll do things always from my heart and passion of what I do and why I do it. So I appreciate that, guys.
And I appreciate him for doing it. Something else I wanted to share with you is a lot of you have been asking about like just all the media presence. I mean, Nancy's street, there's media up and down the entire street. And there have been a few neighbors that have been annoyed. Not very many, but a couple have come out and just been like, it's ridiculous that you all are still here. But I will say for the most part, people seem happy we're here. I talked to one neighbor, and this is why I'm bringing this up just before I started doing this episode. And she just came over and wanted to chat, and she had a golden doodle. And like, you know, I see so many dogs out here, and I always go over to see the dogs just because it like kind of cheers me up, and it's nice to see people's dogs. And anyway, she was saying, like, we're really happy you guys are still here. And I was like, oh, really? Thank you for saying that. It seems like some neighbors are annoyed. And she's like, no, most of us are really happy because we feel like if you guys leave, it's going to be forgotten about and Nancy will never come home. So we're happy you guys are staying. And that just made me feel good because that really is the reason that most of us are here, because we want to continue to cover the case. And, you know, I know that the media gets a bad rap sometimes, but it is media pressure and attention that I found with cases really does make a huge difference. I mean, when the media goes home and the pressure is gone, and the sheriff and the FBI don't feel like they're getting calls every day and, oh my gosh, everybody's still out there, we haven't gotten anything. I mean, that's not a good thing. So I do believe the media staying is a good thing. And I was really happy to see one of the neighbors kind of acknowledge that. The other thing is Marnie Hughes, who is my News Nation colleague, was out here, and she's a good friend of mine. We've worked together since we both started at News Nation, and she has this missing series that she started after the Gabby Petito case that really focuses on other missing cases that don't get a lot of attention, and there are so many. And people have already said to me, like, why is this case getting so much attention and others don't? People used to say that about Gabby Petito too. And I always tell them, like, look, at News Nation, we have this series that airs every week where we spotlight cases in depth that aren't getting attention. And so she was out here, and I wanted to introduce you guys to her because she has a really interesting insight on this case just because she does so many of these missing stories and investigations. So I wanted to introduce you guys to Marnie. I'm joined now by Marnie Hughes, my News Nation colleague and also my friend. And it's been so great to see you out here. First of all, I just wanted to ask you, you do so many missing stories. I mean, how many have you done so far?
We've done somewhere around 250 in that range.
So you've really become like an expert on missing people in a sense. I mean, you've been out here for a couple of days now. What was your first, I feel like I've kind of become numb to some things because I've been out here for 2 weeks. What were your impressions when you got out here?
Well, first impression just on the attention this case is receiving stands out. And it's a question we get a lot. And it's a criticism these cases get. So like Nancy's case, why are so many people paying attention to this when there's so many other cases? I mean, my immediate answer is we are paying attention to other cases. But there's something unique about this. One, the circumstances in which she was taken in the middle of the night, an 84-year-old woman who does that. And she's Savannah Guthrie's mom. So those are two big reasons why this case is getting so much attention. Gabby Petito's case, which you and I both covered, also got national and global attention. Why? They were vlogging this romantic journey, road trip across the country, and there was video evidence of it. We saw the video on the side of the street when the state troopers pulled them over. So we had a lot to go on, and it kind of told a story. A lot of the other cases, we don't have half of that. So it's a lot easier to pursue them investigatively. It's a lot easier to get the public's attention when you have those elements. A lot of other stories don't have that. That said, families want this type of attention on every single one of their cases. I wish they got it, but it's a resource thing and they often don't. But I think the public's help can really contribute to the investigation in this case, and let's hope it does. They're getting thousands and thousands of tips, which is incredible.
Yeah, and some people are like, oh, the case is going cold. But I mean, you actually work cold case missing cases. And so you know the difference. This doesn't feel like a cold case.
I read a stat recently in the last 24 hours, Brian, something like 84 days a case is considered cold, or up to a year it can be considered cold. I talk to families who have a missing person 10 years, 20 years ago, and they're like, our case is not cold. We'll talk to an investigator and go, no, we're still pursuing leads on that. So I think that it's subjective, cold case or not. This is not cold. This is hot. And I feel like there's momentum in this case because of how much evidence we have. We have the gloves that they're testing for evidence, a glove. We have the video surveillance from the front porch, whatever evidence they have from inside of the house. They have a lot that a lot of other missing cases that we cover don't have half of that in terms of evidence. People, frankly, just fall off the grid and their loved ones go, they vanished and they would not have taken off. We don't understand. That's not the case in this one, which I think helps with police.
And you drove around the neighborhood a lot. You were over at the spot where they found that one glove, or I don't know if it was a pair of gloves. What's your sense from the area? Like, what are your takeaways after driving around so much?
It's very windy. There's a lot of really thick vegetation. It's dark at night. So all of that made me think how hard it would be to find this place. You wouldn't stumble upon Nancy's house if you weren't looking for it, especially showing up with a mask and a gun. You wouldn't just wander on this house. And as we watched the suspect walk up to the door, the place where they found the gloves, so we drove from Nancy's house to that location, and that's a busier road. There's a lot of garbage on the side of the road. As soon as I saw that spot, I hung less hope on the DNA in that glove that it connects back here to the house, just because it could have been thrown out by anybody. It's a black latex glove. Investigators still have to check it out, which I understand. But based on where it was and how many days after she was missing that it was found, I don't hold out a lot of hope. What I do hold out hope is the DNA evidence that they're gathering from inside the house, and if that is a hit in the system.
You talk to so many families every week of, people who are missing and like going through the worst time. I keep thinking about Savannah Guthrie, and I know she's a celebrity. I think people think like, oh, because you're a celebrity, like, it might feel different or it might be different, but you can just tell from her videos, like it's so raw, it doesn't matter how famous or how much money you have. Yeah, no, she's grief stricken. And I think every family, there's this like darkness of living in the unknown, and the mind is a powerful thing, and it tends to go to the worst places. And I would imagine Savannah, like any of us, if a loved one is taken in the manner that her mom was, you think about what she went through in the middle of the night, when she woke up and someone took her, the fear, her health challenges. I mean, all of that is very scary. And where your mind can go to pretty bad places, hope is a pretty powerful thing also. And I think instinct. I talk to all these missing families, and especially parents of missing children, which is heartbreaking. They hold on to hope, and there's this instinctual nature about their search. And I hear a lot of moms say, I believe they're still alive. I would know if it was something otherwise. The last thing I'll say on that is people want answers. They want closure in whatever way you define that. If it's an outcome, then not knowing is what is so hard for people. The wondering what happened and why, and not having those answers. I pray in every single one of our cases that the families get those answers, and that the Guthries do, given the circumstances of this one. Yeah, and I just keep thinking about like all the pressure on investigators. I mean, you have President Trump talking about this case quite frequently, and the FBI is involved. And he obviously is like, wants them to solve it. I'm sure is pressuring Kash Patel. You have the sheriff who has a lot of criticism right now, and I'm sure he's pressuring his people. I mean, you would think with all the resources, they have every resource. Yeah. I mean, they've got this signal sniffer that no one's ever heard. You would think with all the resources, they've got to be getting close. I feel like they are. You and I talked about that the last couple of days. I feel like there's a lot of momentum right now. We keep learning kind of a trickle of information, whether it's checking the gun stores here locally, the backpack and the purchase of that, how they cross-reference that. I'm pretty hopeful about cell phone or digital extraction after going to that crime lab here in Tucson. We haven't heard a lot from investigators about that, and I'm curious what they have, if they've pinged a cell phone in the area or if they've looked deeper into Google searches of Nancy before she disappeared. I think there are a lot of avenues they can go down, and when you have the sheriff and also the FBI working, that's only a good thing. It may seem a little messy, and I think all investigations can, and you can, I think, have a judgment on that later. But right now the mission is to find Nancy. So all hands on deck, 24/7 operation. I see that all as a good thing for her and for her family. Yeah. And you mentioned the criticism, like I've already seen it with this case on Twitter. Like, why is this woman getting so much attention when there are all these other missing people? And again, you do the stories every week that like people aren't really talking as much about at all. How do people find your stories, like so they can get the word out about these cases that aren't getting attention? Well, so when we launched our missing series in 2021 after Gabby's disappearance, we would often go seeking cases, trying to find cases, working with some of our local stations. We would work through NAMIS, the National Database, which is a depository for missing cases. And now that we've been doing this for 5 years, the cases come to us and people find us. So I tell everybody, if you have a missing case you think we should investigate, send it directly to us. You can go to newsnationnow.com and submit a case. There's a group of like 5 of us that we actively look through every submission that we get. We reach out to the families, we talk to law enforcement. It gives families a lot of solace to know that they're heard, and so that's a bridge that we try to gap, or our gap we try to fill, or whatever the state, whatever the bridge
saying
the gap,
is.
I think,
bridge the gap.
Yeah.
But as long as they're heard and they feel like somebody's paying attention to their case, that can go a long way in motivating investigators too to take a second look. I say every case is solvable and every missing person matters, no matter their race, their background, the decisions they've made. They're somebody's person, and they deserve our attention. So send us cases. We've had some positive outcomes on cases that we've helped solve because somebody has seen our story and called it in. Some teenage girls who had been lured away online. We have outcomes in cases that give families the closures they need, but a lot of cases remain open and active, and we're just waiting for that one tip that cracks it.
Well, thank you.
the end of that one for that. And, Marnie, very smart lady. Obviously, and I think again with most of us, right? I'm definitely hopeful that with all of this backpack, the ski mask, the holster, the gun, whatever, that something's going to come to fruition. And I think I would like to think, like, a lot of people made a big deal about that glove. I truly didn't inside, because it's just one of those things. The chances that that glove was thrown out of a vehicle and be attached to Nancy Guthrie's home was slim to none, right? But because it's like a similar glove, you're going to want to test it regardless. Obviously, that makes sense. But was I hopeful? Like anyone, yeah. But being realistic, no. I'm just going to play one more thing. I do have to go to bed soon because I do work. Got to get up at 4:30. My last shift for my 6 to 2s this week. And then I'm on like some random more 9 to 5 shifts, 8 to 4 shifts on that next week. But anyways, so it's already 10 o'clock here, and I know it's later in a lot of other places. But I'm going to play this one about the Google searches because, I was forgetting about that, to be honest with you, is, about Google searches that people were doing, say, on Nancy Guthrie prior to her disappearance, right? So obviously that would make sense that usually digital data, something is always going to pull, like digital is everywhere, right? When it comes to cell towers, pings, all this technology out there, and you're kind of wondering, like, why is it taking this long? It just seems like, that this is going on a lot longer than what you thought it would, in a sense. But by the same token, I kind of think of this a little bit like Jack and Lily. You got a dark place, they were lucky to get that footage out there. But it's like when you're in kind of like a space that's, doesn't, like I said, dark, no Ring doorbell cameras from other neighbors, that are going to probably pick up this and stuff like that. I think that, some, like in this case, like you're working against some of the digital shit that normally can help with the investigation. A vehicle, again, if the vehicle's lights are off and stuff like that, like, where are the cameras to show maybe a vehicle coming into that area at that time and one going out, just all those different things. So I just think that there's definitely those things that would have definitely helped, but I just don't think that they have certain things like a vehicle about one coming in, going out and stuff like that. Maybe they do, but I don't think so. Let's see. So this is the one about the trends or whatever. So let's just watch this one really quick.
Fox News Digital. The FBI has reached out to authorities in Mexico as the investigation is now well into its 18th day. Now, something TMZ reported today as well is the addition of yet another ransom demand.
This is a highly sophisticated demand involving a form of crypto, not Bitcoin. Now, it is demanding roughly the same amount as the demand letter we received, shortly after the kidnapping, the $6 million demand. It also involves the media, saying that the media essentially becomes a go-between, a trigger, if you will, for getting this ransom money. We have been asked not to be specific about any of that beyond what we've just said.
Something else that caught our attention from Fox Digital this afternoon. Google Trends show that an internet user appears to have searched for Nancy Guthrie's home address in the weeks prior to her disappearance. Once by someone in Arizona in June of 2025, and once again in January and on January 11th. A date that was also of interest to investigators originally when they asked Ring camera users for video from that day, January 11th. Other related searches within the last year included images or a map of Nancy's home and a search for Savannah Guthrie's salary back in December. Fox News correspondent Matt Finn is outside Nancy Guthrie's home. Matt, what are you hearing?
Well, there was no DNA hit on that glove of interest, but of course that DNA in the glove could come into play in the future. But for now, the sheriff says the DNA from inside the house is going to be critical as well.
We have DNA from that scene that is a mixture of DNAs. So we have to separate, hope the lab can do that, and still preserve some of that evidence in case the defense wants to test it. Should we make an arrest?
The sheriff's office says it will be using other options aside from CODIS, including genealogy databases. Here in Pima County, the sheriff's department writing, investigators are currently looking into additional investigative genetic genealogy options for DNA evidence to check for matches. CODIS is one option of many databases that are available. Now, today, Fox News talked to the CEO of Othram, who says they have many more factors than CODIS and very wide-ranging tests. We don't know for sure that Othram will be involved, but they did help ID Brian Koberger. Here is the CEO.
So the CODIS system will catalog 20 markers from people, and generally the people in that database have been convicted of a crime. The kind of testing that we do at Othram looks at the entire DNA. There's probably at least 500,000 markers that we're looking at instead of 20 markers.
And the sheriff has said that there will be follow-up investigations at Nancy Guthrie's home behind me. Yesterday, we saw, some activity in the property and what may have been some investigators at a neighbor's house as well. We'll keep you updated from on the ground here, Will.
Matt, any information on the TMZ reported ransom notes? It would seem that those ransom notes, in whatever form they arrive, would have clues. You could track down the sender of those emails, and that might be something to take seriously.
Yeah, well, Harvey Levin has said that the sender took seriously blocking the email address and identifying themselves in those emails. My impression is that if those ransom notes were verified as real, that they likely would have been paid. You heard Savannah Guthrie say we are willing to pay, but that apparently never happened. So we never have been able to confirm whether those notes are real, Will.
All right. And now the search apparently.
All right, that's going to be the end of this live. So hopefully some of that comes to fruition, like those Google searches, because obviously, that's a huge thing. The Google searches, especially about the January 11th. But I mean, honestly, criminals don't think of shit like that. Sometimes, or they might think that they're looking at it through, what's it called? Incognito and stuff like that, right? But anyway, so I feel like answers will come. Definitely. I think that the constant different avenues that they have will bring to fruition some answers for Nancy Guthrie. Anyways, thank you, Shannon, for joining me tonight. Thank you, of course, Maud, Sharon Parker, Melissa, and all you guys, anyone that super chatted throughout this live stream. Thank you guys so much for that, of course. And so prayers for Nancy Guthrie. Will again, see what happens to come out tomorrow on there. But anyways, appreciate you guys all. For anyone that was here watching during this live, I know it didn't get a lot of views, but that's fine. It's still a very intriguing case, one to talk about, one to think about for sure. But I mean, answers, right? But anyways, thank you guys. You guys all have a hi, nurse. How are you? You guys all have a great night. We'll see how things go tomorrow. Probably chances are I might do a live tomorrow. We'll see on there. Hopefully something breaks in this case very soon with regards to answers for Nancy Guthrie. As for those ransom people, Parasite 1 and Parasite 2, have a cup of go fuck yourself. To be honest with you, I think you guys are a bunch of fucking fraudsters, idiots, morons, amateurs, etc. and stuff like that. But anyways, and like I said, people that people that try to do shit like this. Like I said, there's a special place in hell there for you guys. Anyways, you guys, take care. Jack and Lily, Sebastian Rogers, and of course, Nancy Guthrie. So you guys have a great night. Thank you so much for being here.